The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honourable members, will you take up your seats? Thank you. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on the President's State of
Order,
the Nation Address.
order, honourable members. Order. Will you please settle down? I will ask the Secretary to read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on the President's State of the Nation Address.
I now invite to the podium the Honourable Chief Whip of the Council.
Thank you, House Chair. To the Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly, Metoko Didiza, to the Chairperson of the National Council of Province, Mayor Philip Tsipani, His Excellency, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, His Excellency, the Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, the President of SALGA, and the entire delegation from SALGA, distinguished delegates, both permanent and special delegates, to the honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, Madume. Honorable House Chair, Richard Morin, who is a veteran political commentator of the Washington Post and accomplished researcher of the Pew Research Center, which is one of the largest non-partisan link on social issues, public opinion, and democratic trends, is credited for having invested the term whistlers or whistling. The meaning of whistlers is concisely defined by Professor Witten from Massey University in the article titled "The Whistle's Politics," the new pitch of an old narrative as meaning, I quote, an overt intentional speech or act that is designed with intent to allow two plausible interpretations with the sole intention of peddling information. Lies and half-truths in such a way that the audience is unaware of the existence of the second and coded interpretation. Professor Jennifer Saul from the University of Waterloo, in a seminar titled "Political Manipulation and Philosophy of Language," also cautions us to be aware that those who resort to whistling often covertly and intentionally seek to divert attention or distort the true state of affairs through witch hunt distortion that is intended to pursue narrow political gains. Honorable President, through you, House Chair, the history of literal and metaphorical whistling gives us crucial insight into some of the speeches that have been made on this podium since yesterday. They were to a larger degree, less substantive, less meaningful, but deliberate manipulation of facts to divert attention from the real issues that the President has presented to the nation last week. Honorable House Chair, we stand firmly with the President and the people of our great nation, and we will not be deterred, we will not be silenced, and indeed, we will not be bullied. As once affirmed by the supreme Pan-Africanist and intellectual nationalist revolutionary poet, Amilcar Cabral, I quote, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes and failures, and claim no easy victories," unquote. Honorable President, the African National Congress has always identified the democratic state in all its configurations, and especially Parliament, as an elected tribune of the people, as a contested terrain of struggle in the battle of ideas for the victory of the national democratic revolution. This makes a compelling case for this debate to assure our people, among other things, how Parliament is going to reposition itself to oversight and ensure that there is successful implementation of the strategic priorities that the President has outlined. Indeed, this is especially so against the backdrop of a sustained falsehood and distortion by some sections of political parties in this august House that the GNU is not a popular choice, but an elite pact. Honorable House Chair, Honorable President, these whistlers among us have been sustained despite the hard evidence that none but our people united in diversity have gone in their great numbers to vote for the political parties of their choice. Honorable President, we stand before this august House not just to engage in debate, but to reaffirm to our people our unwavering commitment to the fundamental visions that we outline of the Freedom Charter. Indeed, we wholeheartedly agree with you, President, that South Africa belongs to all those who live in it, that the people shall govern, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of its people. Honorable President, through your House Chair, it is important that we reassure our people that, contrary to false claims and distortions, the strategic priorities of the GNU as outlined by the President indeed mirrors what the Freedom Charter has outlined. The 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter this year makes, Honorable House Chair, a compelling case to reflect on the extent to which our government has pushed back the frontiers of apartheid colonial legacy of unequal power relations defined by race, class, and gender. We do this, Honorable President, to demonstrate that the vision of the Freedom Charter, which has inspired the preamble of the Constitution of our country as the supreme law, is not just a collection of revolutionary sounding phrases, but a living document and a call to action for the victory of the national democratic revolution. The Freedom Charter has and continues to inspire the widest sections of the people of South Africa across all races, class, and gender. Therefore, House Chair, at the core of the architecture of our democracy, as articulated in the Freedom Charter, is the centrality of our people, especially the working class and the poor. This has inspired heroic struggle by the masses of our people across the length and breadth of our people, the rural masses, the youth, the women, and the working class in demand of the transfer of power from the white minority to the masses of our people. Honorable House Chair, as Jeremy Cronin reminds us in one of his seminal articles, The Vision of the Freedom Charter, on democracy, he raises three fundamental elements. The first one is the representative democracy, where elected officials act on behalf of the people. The second one is constitutional democracy, where governance is bound by the rule of law and the transformative Bill of Rights. The third one is popular democracy, where ordinary citizens are active participants in shaping their future. Honorable House Chair, these elements are not in competition, but a complementary and mutually reinforcing to anchor the vision of the democratic South Africa. It is important that we also outline the fact that this participatory mechanism raises three fundamental issues from Comrade Cronin: taking Parliament to the people, community policing forum, and ward committees. And he's of the view that these are not mere formalities that can be measured by the ticking of the box, but concrete expressions of the people in real action to construct future. The culture of participatory democracy, Honorable President, which has become the defining feature of post-apartheid colonial polity in South Africa, has its roots in the form of struggle waged by our people under the leadership of the ANC way back before 1994 democratic breakthrough. It is through this culture that transparency and accountability as the core features of democratic culture have been entrenched in the political traditions and culture of the ANC. Honorable House Chair, in pursuit of the Freedom Charter and the transformative vision of the Constitution, Parliament has always adopted a mission and a vision of an activist parliament that is responsive to the needs of the citizens for better quality of our life. It is our view, Honorable House Chair, that the supreme test of an activist parliament that is responsive to the needs of the citizens is not endless policy debates and hagglings amongst ourselves as elected representatives of the people, but the political will and the capacity to push back the frontiers of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Honorable House Chair, Parliament that does not deliver tangible transformation to improve the lives of the citizens risks becoming irrelevant to the masses it serves and meeting the wrath of the rebellion of the poor. It was for this reason that the first democratic parliament initiated a bold review of the impact of the post-1994 legislation through high-level panel team led by the former President Kgalema Motlanthe. This review was not an academic exercise, but a revolutionary audit of whether our laws were accelerating transformation or entrenching status quo. Honorable House Chair, the assessment of this panel was buttressed by key pillars, amongst them the unemployment and economic transformation, the equitable distribution of wealth, the land reform, restitution, and social cohesion. Indeed, this initiative will forever remain in the annals of history as an indelible demonstration of the people and also the people's movement that is self-critical in pursuit of the aspiration of the masses of our people. The finding and recommendation of this panel, House Chair, was indeed processed by Parliament through its select committees and portfolio committees. House Chair, the sixth democratic parliament marked the coming of age of our parliament as a critical institution of democracy as it coincided with the 30th anniversary of our constitutional democracy. And building on these lessons, achievements, and setback of the preceding period, this parliament has accomplished a myriad of qualitative strides in pursuit of a better life for all, with a targeted focus on the elimination of triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Critical among these strides are the robust oversight and repositioning of various state-owned entities. And on the legislative front, we witnessed significant improvement in the capacity and quality of this Parliament to scrutinize bills presented before it by the National Executive. And indeed, this is more illustrated by less number of bills that were returned by the President to Parliament. The Sixth Parliament has also passed groundbreaking pieces of transformative legislations that were related to yesterday, amongst them National Health Insurance Act, the BELA Act, the Appropriation Act, and also the Public Procurement Act. Honorable House Chair, because of enhanced, robust parliamentary oversight in the last administration, many strides have been made to improve government services to our people. Parliament House Chairs effectively overseen the successful and seamless intervention in the executive in the areas of disaster areas hit provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and also Northwest. Honorable President, it is for this reason that we support the strategic priorities of the GNU and your commitment to accelerate economic transformation through Transformation Fund, assisting municipalities, and also to address the challenges of infrastructure and basic services to our communities. Honorable House Chair and President, according to the diagnostic report of the National Planning Commission, among the critical challenges of governance is the persistence of fragmented planning, poor policy coordination, and resource allocations among the three spheres of government since 1994. And therefore, Honorable President, we acknowledge and welcome your policy intervention as part of strengthening the capacity of local government through the district development model and also specialized technical support, as is the case with eThekwini Metropolitan Parliament. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Ndlela.
Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Members of Parliament, fellow South Africans. We rise today on behalf of Mkhonto weSizwe Party, the official opposition in Parliament, to respond to Mr. Ramaphosa's 2025 failed state of the nothingness address, an address that regrettably felt less like a reflection of our nation state and more like a maiden speech of someone who's just been newly appointed to a job. Laden with recycled promises, hollow rhetoric, and dressed in the usual fanfare that has become the hallmark of these kind of annual events. The SONA platform is not meant to be a ceremonial spectacle or a stage for lofty promises. It should be a moment of accountability where the nation hears an honest assessment of past commitments and concrete plans for the future. Instead, we witnessed yet another episode of political theatrics, a fashion show camouflaged with empty, hot air rhetoric. Mr. Ramaphosa's speech was filled with promises eerily similar to those made in 2024, 2023, and even earlier. Let us not be fooled by his eloquence. South Africans deserve more, Mr. President, than promises. They deserve results. We have listened to these commitments before, and yet the realities on the ground tell a different story. A story of betrayal, neglect, and failure. Now let's look at the military sacrifices. We mourn the loss of 14 South African soldiers, with this number still rising. These young men and women died not to defend our sovereignty, but to protect the government's economic interests in foreign lands. The least you could have done was to equip them better, yet you led your incompetent, less caring finance minister to keep defunding the military budget. Their blood is in the hands of the government that prioritizes profits over people. A failed state. Unemployment and poverty. The president speaks of economic growth and job creation, but the facts expose the truth. Whilst the population grows at the rate of 1.3 million people a year, The South Africa's unemployment rate remains the highest globally, sitting at 42%, with young people's unemployment exceeding 60%. Millions of our people, particularly the youth, are stuck in a cycle of poverty with no clear path out. The so-called inclusive growth has excluded majority, particularly black working class. Again, it's a failed state. Crime and gender-based violence. The president mentions crime reduction efforts, but South Africans live daily in fear. Violent crime rates have surged, with over 27,000 murders recorded last year alone. Women and children continue to face the brunt of this violence. Gender-based violence remains a national crisis, yet the government response is fragmented and unfunded. Our police are under-resourced, demoralized, and often complicit in the same crimes they are meant to prevent. Let alone the fact that, by the way, the 10111 contact center number doesn't work. Again, a failed state. Landless and homelessness, land reform has been short of nothing of a disaster under this administration. The Expropriation Act, recently signed into law, is nothing but a rebranded apartheid relic, a repackaging of the Expropriation Act of 1975. It does nothing to address historical land issues. It is the same apartheid wine in a different bottle. The MK party will not endorse half-baked legislation. We will push for an amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution to enable genuine land expropriation without compensation, to return the land to our people. And again, we know it's a failed state. Diluted national health insurance. The national health insurance signed into law is a betrayal to the needs of our people. It will not collapse private medical aids, but will instead make them richer. This government remains committed to protecting white capital interests, always pleasing whiteness at the expense of our people. Our hospitals continue to fall apart. Clinics lack basic supplies. Mothers give birth in corridors. Children die due to preventable diseases. President, this is a failed state. Education crisis. Our schools have become drug dens rather than centers of learning. Infrastructure is crumbling. Children still learn under trees, pit toilets, overcrowded classrooms. The Bella Act, now in the hands of the DA in consultation with the AfriForum, will not transform our education system because of the racist DA who will then never implement that good for blacks. It will be another law gathering dust while our children suffer. Again, this is a failed state. In conclusion, the MK party stands firm. We will not be complicit in endorsing laws, policies that betray the people. We will fight relentlessly for real land reform, genuine economic transformation, and for the dignity of the restoration of the crumbling health of our education systems. We will champion justice for poor, marginalized, and those left behind. This is not just our responsibility as the official opposition. It is our revolutionary duty, born from the struggles of our forebearers, to hold this government accountable. Mr. President, sir, you lead a failed state. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza.
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Public Works. Order, honorable member. Order, honorable members. The Honorable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Honorable Chairperson, Mr. President, honorable members. This afternoon, we reflect on the state of our nation, which is currently one that is under construction. But words alone are not enough, and Mr. President, time is not on our side. For 30 years, many promises have been made with little or no results. When the Democratic Alliance joined the Government of National Unity 7 months ago, I committed to turning South Africa into a construction site, to drive economic growth and job creation, and to use public assets for public good. What I found in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure was an organization crippled by neglect, inefficiency, and overtaken by corruption. Morale was low, and its core mandate to build infrastructure, create jobs, and ensure public assets serve the people was failing. But just in 7 months, that story is now beginning to change. We are building a department with a bold vision, with staff that are motivated, and where big ideas are embraced. One of my most important decisions has been to use public assets for public good. For far too long, state-owned properties have stood vacant, attracting crime and decay. In a major policy shift, we have released public properties for request for proposals, inviting both the public and the private sectors to submit their ideas. Soon we will be converting eyesores, such as the barracks in eThekwini, into a mixed-use development where the first new skyscraper will be built in Durban in the last 20 years. In our first round of proposals, we have released 31 properties for redevelopment at a value of 1.4 billion rand. Mr. President, this is going to generate up to 10 billion rand in private sector investment, create 165,000 jobs, and generate close to 200 million rand in rental income for the South African government. This is what the DA is delivering in the GNU. In Tshwane, we have handed over a state-owned land to community projects in Mamelodi after years of delay, which demonstrates our commitment to community development. We are taking decisive action against corruption and mismanagement. In just 7 months, we have launched investigations into the failed Telkom Towers project, which cost more than R1 billion, and the 800 million rand IDT oxygen tender. Mr. President and honourable members, I am taking a zero-tolerance approach to corruption and will hold officials and politicians to account for their role in these scandals. This is what the DA is delivering in the GNU. Honourable members, through Infrastructure South Africa, we have launched the first of its kind project preparation fund worth 180 million rand to prepare and package infrastructure projects across government. This first bid window has been completely oversubscribed and is a testament to the big reforms we have introduced in just 7 months. In another first, we have launched the Adopt a Municipality program, where we will pilot an infrastructure partnership program with 4 local municipalities to maximize infrastructure spending and efficiency. And soon we hope to roll this program out across the country. This is what the DA is delivering in the GNU. We have started to conduct a skills audit to ensure that we have the expertise to execute on our mission.
Honourable Minister, will you just take a seat, please? There's an honourable member who wants to be recognized. Why do you rise, honourable member?
Honourable Speaker, I rise on the point of order in terms of Joint Rule 14P. This is the third time the Honourable Minister made references to what he calls the GNU.
Honourable member, take your seat.
There is no such thing as
Honourable
GNU
member,
in
take
this
your
government.
seat.
This is a
That's a
coalition
point for
between
debate. Take
his
your seat,
party
please.
and the DA.
That's a point for debate. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
We have started to conduct a skills audit to ensure that we have the expertise to execute on our mission. And we have declared war on the construction mafia, which has held infrastructure projects hostage for far too long. The Durban Declaration, signed between the Department, the SAPS, and the National Treasury, is a landmark agreement to dismantle these syndicates one by one. And reports of construction stoppages are already decreasing. This is what the DA is delivering in the GNU. Honourable members, we are securing public property to prevent land invasion, crime and theft. Eviction orders have already been obtained, including at the Castle of Good Hope, ensuring public assets serve society instead of criminal elements, because no one person has the right to claim public land and buildings as their own. Despite our progress, there are some members in this House who don't want the department to succeed. While some members in this House seek out paid-for journalists and attempt to spread fake news through AI voice notes and falsified WhatsApps, including Action South Africa and the EFF, but we will not be distracted. We will not be bullied, and we will not back down. We will not be pressurized or persuaded by false reports, political collusion, or those being investigated for wrongdoing. The people of South Africa deserve a government that delivers, and that is what we will focus on. Over the next year, we will attract 100 billion rand in private sector infrastructure investment, making Infrastructure South Africa the hub of all major projects. This past week, the National Treasury has issued new PPP regulations, which we welcome. We will also launch a special projects unit to fast-track infrastructure projects and revive failed initiatives across the country. And we will redevelop small harbours, such as Hout Bay, into tourism and economic hub, bringing the next V&A waterfront, which is set, Mr. President, to attract tens of billions of rands of investment and create tens of thousands of new jobs. And we will finalise reforms to the expanded public works program to ensure it leads to permanent employment and skills development after being hijacked and abused by politicians and political parties for too long. This is what the DA is delivering in the GNU. In just 7 months, we have achieved what others have failed to accomplish in decades. The department is no longer a department of empty slogans, it is a centre of delivery. We are no longer exist to advance personal interests, but the interests of South Africans that want our country to work and who want to get to work. Across the country, thousands of public servants in our department are working diligently to build a better South Africa. This is why, Mr. President and honourable members, the DA will play its role and its part in the GNU to drive the tough economic reforms in public works and infrastructure, which will drive economic growth and job creation. This is what we have achieved in just a short 7 months. Imagine what we will achieve in a full 5-year term. This is what the DA has been delivering in the GNU. And the GNU depends on the DA to keep delivering to South Africans, and South Africans know that. This is why we will continue to turn South Africa into a construction site, one that drives economic reforms, growth and opportunity for all South Africans. This is why we will continue to build South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Order, honourable members. The next speaker is the Honourable Dagmo.
Chair, Mr. President, Deputy President, honourable members. President, on Thursday at the City Hall, you made us proud. Proud to be South African, proud to be African, and proud to be part of a movement and a country that strives for a better world. Your words reminded us of our resilience as a nation and the strength we have, especially when we are united in our diversity. The immediate dangers of a changed global context and our own challenges we face reminded me of what ANC President Oliver Tambo said in 1977. Comrades, he said, you might think it is very difficult to wage a liberation struggle. Wait until you are in power. At that stage, you will realize that it is more difficult to keep the power than to wage a liberation war. People will be expecting a lot of services from you. Be prepared to learn from other people's revolutions. Learn from the enemy also. The enemy is not necessarily doing everything wrong, but at the same time, avoid the enemy's mistakes. We drew strength, Mr. President, from your reference to the Freedom Charter. The wealth of this country shall be shared. That vision is now enshrined in our Constitution, a Constitution which commits our country to redress in favor of those historically disadvantaged who suffered unfair discrimination. The GNU Statement of Intent itself embraces redress. Speaker, Chair, President Ramaphosa delivered the ANC's January the 8th speech in Khayelitsha on the 11th, and he said, the false notion that the character of the ANC and its strategic objective of the NDR have now been redefined by a single tactic of forming a broadly inclusive GNU is a distortion of the realities our movement faced, and this should be dismissed out of hand. Asinomona, asinanzondo, siyayidumisa i-ANC. President, you signed the Bella Bill into law, enabling access and equity to basic education, compulsory grade R. The myth that the Bella Bill is teen Afrikaans, that is a liegstorie. You've exposed that. The Expropriation Act. I have here, Mr. President, a speech that Helen Zille made in 2018, where she argues that the case for nil compensation regarding land in next to Mitchell's Plain, and she says, and I want to quote, in terms of all these considerations, it is quite conceivable that a reasonable court could find that the just and equitable amount payable would be zero. Now, with the help of Honourable McPherson, she goes around and creates a smokescreen and seeks common cause with the likes of AfriForum, Solidarity, Donald Trump to project this legislation as about land grabs. You passed the Public Procurement Act, the National Health Insurance Act, and yes, Mr. President, there will be differences. We do not need megaphone diplomacy. We need dialogue, finding practical solutions, trust and respect. Chair, but I detect something now. Ek voel hier iets in die huis. I call it GNU envy. Jy weet, jaloesie. Umona. Did the MKP, Mr. President, really think that our leadership could govern with them when they demanded that we must first remove you, our President? This party on the left predicts the imminent death of the GNU. The implosion of the MKP has begun. The Twitter war amongst unelected leaders is going on. Die regering...
Honourable Dakmo, will you please take your seat?
Will you please watch my time here?
No,
John?
it's fine. Your time is okay. Order, honourable members. Yes, honourable member. Honourable Skosana. Order, honourable members.
Honourable member.
Yes, please
thank
proceed.
you, Chair. Is the member prepared to take a question?
Honourable Dagmo,
No,
are you
you are
prepared to
not
take a
elected.
question?
Sit
No,
down.
he's not prepared to take a question. Order, honourable members. Please proceed.
Die regering van nasionale eenheid is wat ons land nou nodig het. Speaker, did the EFF really think that they are seen to be a trusted party? Its leader is central to internal conflict within the EFF. Honourable Malema, you have actually forgotten what Kosas taught you, each one, teach one. You have forgotten that. President, you have called on us to focus on fixing local government. Building a capable and ethical state is critical to growing our economy at 3%, creating jobs and lowering the cost of living. We've seen the intervention in eThekwini. Our people want implementation. The vehicle is the district development model. Thank you for appointing the district champions. Each of the 52 districts across our country have natural endowments, comparative and competitive advantages. An example is the initiative to build on the Knysna Investment Summit, attended by our Deputy President, and convene a Garden Route District Summit. The founder of this initiative wants the district champion there, he wants the Premier there, the Deputy President, and he also wants you there. There are black farmers in the Southern Cape already trying to secure the Chinese market for honeybush tea. But in this province, we have the Human Settlement Grant underspent by 250 million rand. 222 million rand returned because this DA provincial government refuses to upgrade informal settlements. This is skanda. The mayor of Hesekwa was recorded on the tape telling residents of Melkfontein to lie about their income to qualify. Alan Windey does nothing. John Steenhuisen, I'm going to give the recording to you to expose this liar in your ranks. But we also know, and I'm not sure if you're aware, that some within the ranks of the GNU are spreading giving oxygen to those that want to secede. And this fuels separate and racist logic. When I think of those lies, I remember the words of Bob Marley, when he says, you can fool some people sometimes, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. Asinamona,
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is expired.
ANC.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Mawatwe.
Greetings to the President and Commander-in-Chief, Julius Malema, officials, EFF members of Parliament, the people of South Africa, grand forces of this protest movement that is taking the fight to the picket lines this year. House Chair, year in, year out, Mr. Ramaphosa comes here and make promises without accounting for the promises he made the previous year. It's as if he's permanently on a reset button. And the sad thing is, every time he opens his mouth, more and more people become statistics of unemployment, of poverty, of rape and murder. Mr. Ramaphosa, why don't you rather keep quiet and go look after your ankole in Palapala farm? Because you are the elephant in the room. There's no hope for our youth. Men and women are lingering in the streets of South Africa in absolute poverty and despair. We've listened to the submissions by the members of the former liberation movement and their allies, the right-wing new liberal forces who are waging a war against Bella, the NHI, expropriation of land without compensation, and all progressive and transformative legislation. We will meet on the picket lines, in the streets, and everywhere our people need us to fight for service delivery, to fight against injustices, fight against corruption and maladministration, and to restore the dignity of a black child. We will never retreat. Commander-in-Chief, when President Cyril Ramaphosa said in his first and second State of Nation addresses in 2018 and 2019 that they had a plan for critical areas of investment that would support structural transformation, growth and job creation, what exactly was he talking about? Because since then, we've seen nothing but suffering, deepening unemployment and rising cost of living. Mr. Ramaphosa, when you started in 2018 and said, Tumamina, the price of bread was 12 rand. Today is 22 rand. The price of a liter of petrol was 15 rands. Today is 25 rands. The price of 2.5 milli meal was 21 rand 84 cents. Today is 39 rand 19 cents. Our people cannot afford to eat. In 2018, 8.9 million people were unemployed. Today, 11.4 million people are without jobs. Their futures are stolen by this government's incompetence. When you said your government planned to create 275,000 jobs a year in 2019, we knew then that young people, the unemployed, the dejected masses of our people were doomed forever. How can you aim to create 275 jobs a year when more than 12 million people are unemployed today? It would take 25 years to reduce unemployment to 5 million and a further 43 years to eradicate unemployment completely. You won't be here, President, in the next 25 years, let alone 43 years, because nature would have resolved our problems. As we speak, there are no jobs. There is no plan to create jobs. There is no link between the government budget and job creation. There's no link between South African Reserve Bank monetary policy and job creation. Your government does not want to create jobs for our people. It just refuses to create jobs for our people. In 2018, 83 municipalities received a qualified audit. Today, 85 municipalities have failed to meet financial accountability standards. There's a complete failure to stabilize municipalities. Mr. Ramaphosa, in 2018, more than 172,000 learners passed matric, and many could be accommodated in institutions of higher learning. Today, more than 135,000 students who achieved a bachelor's pass will not have space at the university due to limited availability. The dreams of young people have been shattered. Their futures are in limbo because your government has no vision, no direction, and no will to change their lives. The reality is that South Africa is in the middle of a deep economic crisis, a concoction of disastrous economic policies, a lack of coordination, and relentless budget cuts in education, in health, policing, food security, and all essential and critical areas of service delivery. This is made worse by the collapse of municipalities, which is the complete opposite of your growth and renewal program that you promised us in 2018. The reality is that ever since you took office 7 years ago, our economy has not grown by more than 2%. We are talking about an average growth rate of 0.6% since 2018. Only people who approach policy and politics like a game of murabaraba or China will produce such a disastrous economic outcome, and that's you, Mr. Ramaphosa. You told us that the revitalization of 10 out of 16 industrial parks in places such as Botshabelo, Putadichaba, Garankuwa, East Tebe, Komani, and Seshego was complete in 2020. But go to Botshabelo today or Putadichaba and tell us if anything was ever revitalized. House Chair, allow me to turn to the SOEs. The EFF was the only political party that correctly characterized the deliberate sabotage and collapse of SOEs as a privatization project. We are not surprised that today, one of the most strategic entities, Transnet, which used to move over 200 million tons of cargo and annum, used to employ more than 55,000 people and reported over 6,000 billion rands in profit, is now being called inefficient. Today, we are told that the private sector must come and rescue Transnet. Eskom's coal fleet was allowed to collapse, and we were subjected to more than a decade of electricity blackouts because people wanted to profit from electricity generation. They wanted their friends and cronies, the independent power producers, to milk Eskom. You even came here, Mr. Ramaphosa, and claimed that there has not been load shedding in 300 days when we experienced load shedding just 2 weeks ago. We're told that SAA was making billions in losses and was supposed to be sold for 51 rands. Yet today, it is making a profit, operating without any governmental support and barely surviving. We're calling for the expansion of SAA mandate and operating routes that support our economic development with allies and trade partners in Asia and the Global South. There is no plan to rebuild and stabilize Dinel, and there is no intention to rebuild South Africa's defense capabilities. Mr. Ramaphosa, you were boasting about 375,000 billion rands that will be spent by SOEs on infrastructure over the next 3 years. But where will they spend this money when you are privatizing everything? Even the delivery of water is privatized through the so-called 23 billion rands infrastructure fund. Mr. Ramaphosa, you told us that your neoliberal right-wing coalition government will spend 940 billion rands in the next 3 years. That's 313 billion rands a year for a country that has a housing backlog of more than 3 million houses, more than 400,000 kilometers of gravel roads that needs to be tarred, more than 300,000 beds short at institutions of higher learning. What is 940 billion rands? We haven't even touched on the collapse of water and sanitation infrastructure in municipalities, the collapse of telecommunication infrastructure due to crime and vandalism, and the general shortage of water. Mr. Ramaphosa, let me help you give your government proper direction. We need to expropriate land without compensation. We need a state bank, and we need it urgently. We had banks here in Parliament last week, and it is clear that they are not interested in the reindustrialization of the South African economy. So the state must take the lead. We need to finalize the nationalization of the South African Reserve Bank. We have no time to waste on this. We need to establish a grant for all unemployed graduates and all unemployed persons as a matter of agency. This, Mr. President, will do two things. It will stimulate the much-needed demand in the economy, and it will give unemployed people some means of survival. President, we must, as a matter of agency, engage our allies and partners in BRICS Plus to source strategic knowledge to build massive railway, health, military, and energy infrastructure projects. This should include build, operate, transfer models, but we must fund it with our own money and access their skills and technology. As a matter of agency, Mr. President, we must allocate funds to the South African Post Office and give it a clear directive to fix and reopen all its branches. We know that a criminal syndicate is selling off support properties to their friends and cronies. Mr. Ramaphosa, the time is now to take bold and decisive steps to reindustrialize South Africa. We need to turn our country into a manufacturing hub and create jobs for our people. South Africa's economy must not be designed to please imperialist forces and the so-called markets at the expense of the lives of our people. We need to put our people and jobs first. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Stofile. Thank you, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, you may now take your seats.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the President of the Republic, the Deputy President, the Speaker of National Assembly, the Chair of the NCOP, and Leadership General that is present in this. The State of the Nation, it helps us as local government to reflect on what it was tabled by the President on Thursday last week. To us, it means different things. It means a moment in which we celebrate at long last that the President of the Republic, in his reflection on the state of the nation, reflect on the key fundamental questions that confront the nation, such as South Africa. One of those issues that he raised, it was the funding model of the local government system in South Africa. The second part, it was the manner in which the 1998 white paper on local government was constructed and the manner the developments that have taken place in our country had to be relooked and redesigned. And for this basis, local government, as we see it, as a center of economic activities, as a center in which move forward the needle of development in making sure that there is a success in our communities. One thing that we need to present in this debate on the state of the nation is that, President, we request few things to be looked at by yourself and your team. One of them is to relook on the EPWP and what it means, this issue of EPWP, in the general economy in which we are operating. The second thing that we wish, President, to look at is the state of rural roads. And we call and request the President probably to lift the issue of rural roads. I've heard the Minister of Cogda speaking about this issue of traditional leaders. Part of supporting traditional leaders is to support the rural development. And rural development, roads is a key fundamental question that it must be looked at. And in developing roads, you then open opportunities of economy, because through road, it creates centers in which economic activities can partake and play a role. It is our belief that it is important to relook on this issue of road differently and approach it differently. Part of the suggestion that the local government wish to present in this debate, probably President can lead the debate about, or the program about paving the road. Because the gravel roads today, President, with the global warming and the challenges, cannot resist the current environment in which we are operating. And therefore, it requires a different thinking insofar as investing on that. South African local government and the entire municipal system in South Africa, 44 districts throughout the country, we are committed to partner and work with you with regard to this. It is indeed, we hope and believe that all of us, we accept that and appreciate Minister Professor Ramaphosa. I don't know where is he. For a moment, President, when we faced the dark cloud as local government, when the House approved the taking away of electricity regulation and distribution, our engagement showed to be a person that is willing to listen. And he listened to us about the importance of reviewing at this section insofar as definition is concerned. And thank you very much for that, to have leaders that listen when they are told about challenges that we are facing. So as Minister Stella Ndabeni, we are in agreement that economic development cannot prosper if the economy at township is not forecasted. And therefore, small business enterprises in our communities need to be lifted. It is important for us to look at that. And I believe as we drive forward and making change into communities, we need to consider this because that's where people are and that's where people live. And they expect all of us in sitting in Parliament, in Council, to look into their challenges and deal with the challenges decisively. The other issue, President, to us as local government, we want to present here. You raise it in your closing of the 6th Parliament. Few issues that resonate very well with us. And we hosted the Deputy President just last 2 weeks. He resuscitated the issues that you have raised to us. One of the issues that you raised with us as local government practitioners is about your unhappiness to see our towns, townships be dirty. And then you ask and challenge us that what is it that can we do in making sure that these towns and townships are changed so that the investment can be attracted into these townships. And the Deputy President, in his conversation with us, he highlighted this issue. We agreed. And we want to call and request that the Cabinet, through your leadership, accept to launch a massive cleaning campaign in the country as a whole, in which, in that cleaning campaign, we must then inject the issues pertaining to competition and give awards to best performing municipalities in the categories of metro, district, local, and smaller municipalities. It is our belief that through economic participation and collaborations of forces, including those that are responsible to government, if we combine our resources, our energies, we can change the tide. We can change the tide. The other issue, President, that we wish to implore on you to lead us on it, as much as there is a skill challenge in local government, but there is also invisible hand in local government. There is a moment in which local government is hamstrung to develop and prosper. How do we cut that invisible hand? But it's visible. We can deal with it. We know what is happening in local government. It requires working together in dealing with that challenge. It is important for us to make sure that we deal with that issue. President, we wish to also to implore on the leadership here today to relook the definition. The definition, it says that on the law that you have signed, you reduce the 132 to 139 volts on electricity managed and retitulated by municipalities. You reduce it to 11. Whereas the white paper and all related policies that you have adopted, it says the key fundamental instrument for local government to make revenue is through electricity and water. Now, if you reduce, then it then means municipalities must solely dependent to grants of national government in the economy that is not growing. It is important for us to relook at this. It is important for us to deal with that. And thank you very much, at least Professor Ramkhupa, in dealing with this. We are committed to deal with this and find solution to it. The other issue, President, that we wish to highlight before this, as we move towards reviewal of the 1998 white paper, we request it should not be a middle-class discussions. It should be encompass of all those that are involved benefiting in local government. Remember, the law that you have signed in South Africa, it says, more in particular, the Municipal Structures Act, it says municipality is three-legged pot. Is the administration, is the council, is the community. Now, in the debate about the type of municipal system that we want in South Africa, it is important to ignite that third leg, to play an active role, including the way in which, President, we are not using the institutions of higher learning. In your 44 districts in South Africa, each of these districts, they've got 1 or 2 centers of higher education. How do we use them and how do we partner with them and work with them and change the economic outlook of our country? And it is indeed our belief as South African local government, informed by President Mandela when he launched us in 1996, that the function and the role of local government is to represent the interest of the communities, is to represent the interest of the local government practitioners, is to drive and push back the difficulties that our people are facing. It is our belief that these issues had to be taken at the center stage of our debate in taking them forward, including the issues of speedily and welcome the offer that has been given by the Minister of Finance in convening an Indaba for the first time in our history, having a debate about how do we debate the manner in which the local government is funded. It's something that we can appreciate this government and the government under your leadership has made. The other issue, President, on this issue of 12.7%, I don't hear any member talking about. Here's the problem. The NERSA approved 12.7% on electricity. The Water Board have approved or intend to approve 15 to 16% increase. This is the 30%. Who's going to pay this 30% is the household. It's not a municipality, it's a household. Because if you apply business model, is that you give us the 15 or 12%, this 12% on 15%, according to your packaging of municipal administration, you transfer this cost to household. And household income today is shrinking every day.
Honourable Member,
it's an issue that we
your
need to look at.
time is
Thank you
now
very much.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Farmer. Order, Honourable Members.
Achtbare spreker, achtbare voorzitter, achtbare president, achtbare lede, mede-Suid-Afrikaners en spesifiek konings en stamhoofde van ons eerste nasie, die Khoi en die San, wees gegroet in die onfeilbare naam van Jesus Christus. Die patriotiese alliansie verwelkom die stand van die nasie toespraak en neem kennis van die sentiment waarmee die president dit aan ons oorgedra het. Dit kom voor asof die president eerlik was met ons en die nasie en dat die uitdagings wat deur die president gelys was eerlik en opreg is. Ons dankie daarvoor, meneer die president. Hierdie paar minute tot my beskikking wil ek graag poog om 'n saak te argumenteer wat u nie direk aangespreek het nie. Die visbedryf. Meneer die president, u stelling, herlewing van klein hawens in samewerking met buitelandse vennote om ekonomiese vooruitsigte vir kusgemeenskappe te bevorder, word deelhartig deur ons vissergemeenskappe verwelkom. Ons spreek ons hoop uit dat die implementering hiervan vinniger sal plaasvind as wat die norm tans is. Die waarhede egter is dat die visbedryf is 'n biljoen-dollar bedryf, maar ons kinders moet in die visgat skrap vir iets om te eet. Kleinskaalse vissers was effektiewelik sonder meningsvolle kwotas sedert 1998. Die tydsgelewe dui daarop dat die departement geen investering gedoen het om hierdie gevalle aan te spreek nie. In terme van visbronne wat besig is om in duie te stort, is die stilte van die departement oorverdowend. Die toestand van bedreigde visbronne soos Weskuskreef onder andere het tot so 'n mate verswak dat NGO's as ook kommersiële entiteite die verkoop van die spesies gestop het. Die perlemoenbedryf wat hoofsaaklik aan die suidkus voorkom, is in 'n totale chaos. En al wat die vissermanne vra is vir 'n geleentheid om na geluister te word. Dit is tragies dat hierdie departement nie met 'n oop deur beleid bedryf word nie. Die jarelange ondervinding van die visserman, opgebou vanuit herhaaldelike trotsering van die elemente op die seewater, word nie na waarde geag en toegelaat om insette te gee nie. E-posse of kommunikasie met die departement word nie eens op reageer nie. In my gesprekke met vissers wys Imani en Arendse van Mamri my dat die wegskuif van kreef om deur die groot maatskappye gevang te word, was dit werkskepping wat weggeneem was van kleinskaalse vissers. Meneer Aaron Conradi van Vredenburg noem die volgende. Die huidige visvangregte wat die departement aan kleinskaalse vissers gegee was, bring R9.000 per jaar in vir 'n visserman met 'n gemiddelde familiegrootte van 5 persone. Aldus meneer Conradi was groot maatskappye deur die departement gevra om vissers by te staan, maar dit het nooit gerealiseer nie. Elmondo Polse noem dat die visbedryf na 30 jaar van demokrasie nog nie getransformeer is nie. Vissers kan nie lewe dit wat aan die kleinskaalse vissers gegee word nie. Ons stem elke keer maar word nie na omgesien nie. Aldus meneer Polse. Groot maatskappye word uitgesorteer, maar die visserman word misgekyk. Meneer die president, die Suid-Afrikaanse visbedryf is besig om op 'n ramp af te stuur. Groot besighede probeer om soveel as moontlik in te oes voor die bedryf ineenstort. Die visserman word forceer om te stroop vir 'n lewe. Die lewende visbronne sal dit nie oorleef nie. Dit wil voorkom of ministers net die bedryf aan die gang probeer hou tot hul termyn verby is. Hierdie bedryf is die derde grootste bydraer tot die bruto binnelandse produk in die Wes-Kaapse ekonomie. Tog is van ons gruwelikste gevalle van armoede in hierdie bedryf. The Marine Living Resources Act is outdated and is heavily skewed towards big business, while it does nothing to protect the resource, nor does it offer any assistance in the fight against poverty, inequality, and job creation. This act needs to be reviewed as a matter of urgency. Ten opsigte van bereising, meneer die president, sit ons vandag met 'n kriteria van R3.500, 'n kriteria wat nog bepaal was deur minister Joe Slovo in sy tyd en tot op hede nog nie verander is nie.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. Unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Dankie, achtbare Farmer. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The House now recognizes the Minister of Health and invites him to the podium to take the debate further. Honourable Minister.
Honourable House Chair, His Excellency the President and Excellency Deputy President, honourable members. Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address last week, you confronted critics and doomsayers by saying something that they believe will never be said. And if I may quote you, you said this year we'll proceed with the preparatory work for the establishment of NHI. Regardless of this, some doomsayers still persist in their denial. Yesterday, during this debate, Honourable MJ Cuthbert said that he's happy that NHI is no longer in the MDDP, it's off the table. Sorry, sir, it is there, and it ought to be there, and it's going to continue being there. I've listened to people talking about NHI without even having read the Act, and they start by distorting the definition of NHI. NHI, or universal health coverage, is not a new system of health care, as some of you are prone of saying. It is not a system which people implement because they are rich. But NHI is a health care financing system that covers everybody regardless of their socio-economic status. That's what it means. And it has got two dimensions. The first one is that all people receive quality health care. And all means all. Regardless of how poor you are, it means all. And the second dimension is that when you receive that quality health care, you must not suffer financial hardship or what the World Health Organization called catastrophic health care expenditure. Mr. President, this second dimension was brought about because the World Health Organization realized that there are many people around the world who are not classified as poor, but they become poor because somebody got sick in the house and they have got to seek health care. That is the concept of catastrophic health care expenditure. This type of people are counted in billions, not millions around the world. And in South Africa, we have got many such people. So NHI is about money. It's about how money is distributed to the whole population. It's about how much each citizen has got for the provision of their healthcare system. That's why the former Director General of the World Organization, Dr. Margaret Chang from Hong Kong, summarized it. He said NHI is an equalizer between the rich and the poor, close quotes. Now, that's exactly why we've got the problem in South Africa. The moment you mention the rich going to be in the same place as the poor, people start getting stomach aches immediately. That is why when you say Bella Egg, people get stomach aches. When you say expropriation, people start getting stomach aches. When you say NHI, they get stomach aches. Because these are all transformative programs about the poor. Yesterday, I listened carefully to my colleague in the GNU, Honorable Minister Hlabisa. Minister Hlabisa, you said you propose a more incremental approach to implement NHI. You are spot on. We agree with you 100%, because what you put as a new proposal is actually Section 57(1)(b) of the NHI Act itself, and I want to quote it verbatim. Open quotes: national health insurance must be gradually phased in using a programmatic approach based on financial resource availability, close quote. If there are no financial resources in the country, you can't implement. And the Act it says so. So it's not something that is new. This is not a coincidence, Minister, that the Act is drafted like that. It's because there's no other way of implementing NHI except gradually. There is no country anywhere in the world that did it in any other way, because it's impossible. It's just impossible, because it's not a once-off event. It's a gradual event that gets implemented over many years. In South Africa, you have got medical aids, which many of you believe is perfect. And I will tell you, medical aids have been there for half a century. And during that half a century, it has been gradually introduced. That's exactly what NHI is going to do, not that it will take half a century too. The second thing Minister Hlabisa said was that you propose prioritizing strengthening the existing healthcare system. We agree with you again 100%. And actually the President said it. He said our most immediate priority is to strengthen the healthcare system, improve quality of care, and he said a vital part of this modernization improvement is maintaining of existing health facilities and construction of new hospitals, close quotes. Now, I just want to say something. Strengthening the healthcare system and implementing NHI are not mutually exclusive. One doesn't have to follow the other, for the simple reason that all of them are lifelong processes. They are unending. So you can't say we must start with one, because it will never come to an end, because they are not once-off processes. Due to unavailability of time, I'm not going to give you a list of the hospitals that the President is talking about. You will hear that during the budget speech, and you realize that they are placed very strategic for NHI. Now, the belief that countries implement NHI because they are rich, they've got a big tax base, is not true. There is not a single country in the world that has got NHI, which can be described in those words. The UK started in 1945 and implemented in 1948 specifically because of the crisis of the Second World War. The British were poor, they were unemployed, and they were sick because of what Hitler did to them. And they wanted to rebuild their economy. They were told that no one can build an economy with sick people, and that's why they launched it. Same as Canada. Thailand, when they launched it in 2002, is because of the Asian financial crisis of 1977. So is Indonesia. They did it exactly because of the same reason. And I can go on and on and on to show all the countries that has got NHI. Now, yesterday, the chief whip of the DA, Honorable Machalakis, was very angry and said he's tired of hearing from me. You know, his level of anger was so much that I felt pity for him. Ik had mal raak. Maar soos 'n broer, ek wil jou raad gee. Jy moet asielkind gaan sien. Voor raadpleeg, want NHI is nou hierso. Dat gaan nergens. It is here to stay, Mr. Machalakis.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Motsoaledi. The next person at the podium. Order, honourable members. We now call to the podium the Honourable Letlape.
House Chair, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President. As long as we remain South Africans, we will remain divided, covered with copious amounts of makeup. Remove the makeup and nothing has changed. We're the only country that calls itself free, where we choose to go by our slave name. Rhodesia became Zimbabwe. Southwest Africa became Namibia. We remain South Africa. And I can tell you all, South Africa has not changed. If you're black like me, you're a second-rate citizen in South Africa. Until that changes, Mr. President, we're going nowhere. And I hope for leadership from you to give us a name. 3 quick things, Mr. President. GBV is a sport in this country driven by culture and traditions. Unless we change them, more of us will lose our children. We plead with you, Mr. President. Let's have the discussion in our communities to change our values around that issue. As the minister will tell you in some of his presentations, our problem is not finance in health. We're spending enough of the GDP. What you should insist on, Mr. President, is until you realign what we spend on the GDP, not a cent more. NHI is another medical aid. The medical aid is under the authority of the minister. Let him change that. Our problem is not money. Lastly, on municipalities, our problem is not money. Our problem is cadre deployment. Our problem is leadership. See what Tshwane has done without an extra cent because of a mayor that says, I'm not a mayor of a party, I'm a mayor of the people of Tshwane. Let's put South African first and not money first, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honourable Letlape. Taking the debate forward, we now recognise the Honourable Lekhwasi.
Modulasetulo wa ntlo, Mopresidente wa rona wa naga, Motlatsa Mopresidente, ditilo ka go latelana ga tsone, ba gaetsho ke a le dumedisa. House Chairperson, in this SONA debate, our point of departure must be the preamble of our Constitution, wherein Parliament, through its elected representatives, adopted a supreme law of the Republic, which is to build a united democratic South Africa, which is able to take its rightful space as a sovereign state in the family of nations. And I want to underline the sovereign state in the family of nations. Our self-determination is a right politically and economically, and we shall protect it and conduct our relations and trade with other countries only based on peace and friendship. South Africa's development intrinsically depends on inclusive economic development and job creation. This means implementing an industrial strategy and policies that ensure the reindustrialization of the country through beneficiation, local industrialization, and through economic development. We are encouraged by your commitment, Honorable President, to finalize a modernized and comprehensive industrial policy that drives economic growth. However, implementation depends on removing economic constraints caused by unreliable electricity and water supply, as well as logistical constraints. This means our point of departure for inclusive economic development and job creation is infrastructure development. We also have to ensure that regulated prices for utilities and logistics are reviewed to ensure that our economy becomes cost competitive for investment and that vestiges of structural inflation are removed from the economy to attract investment in competitive global market. Chairperson, there's a noise that...
Honourable members, we are aware of the challenges with the sound. There are technicians trying to deal with it. If I can ask you to just be patient, and if we can ask Honourable Akwasi to please continue with the delivery.
President, we need to chip in the cost of doing business in the country to enable...
On a point of order, House Chair.
Honourable Akwasi, please take your seat. Yes, ma'am. What's your point of order?
Thank you, House Chair. I think she might just want to answer that phone call. It might be Helen Zeller telling her which direction her speech must go.
That's not a point of order. Please take your seat, Honourable Member.
Thank you very
Honourable
much.
Akwasi, please continue.
Thank you very much, House Chair. We will not waste our time. The South African people are listening to this SONA for a purpose and what we are here for. Mr. President, you have accurately articulated our developmental priorities as expressed in the medium-term development plan. In the main, our priority is job creation and inclusive economic growth through beneficiation and a manufacturing-driven industrial process. The backbone of economic growth pathways lies in intensifying the manufacturing output and boosting exporting growth. Beneficiation by local industries will increase value addition of our natural resources, which remains our valuable competitive advantage. This requires proper planning and efficient inputs in the economy. Further, we must reposition our state-owned enterprises as engines of rapid inclusive economic development. As SOEs operate in 30% of the economy, which is no small part of the economy, there is a need to recognize the progress made in stabilizing the SOEs in the sixth administration, as many of them in the minerals and transport sector have recovered and are going concerns. We need to drive those on an investment path in infrastructural development while we ensure that other critical SOEs recover fully from state capture. Others such as PRASA and ESCOM are recovering well with much more work to be done. Transnet requires shareholder support to ensure that logistic constraints are removed from the economy. Inland provinces rely on logistics to get exports to ports and receive imports. As Howard Zinn famously said, and I quote, "The problem is not that we aim too high and we miss it, but we aim too low and we reach it. We must aim high and transform our financial system to support not just the wealthy few, but all South African, promoting development that lifts everyone. The issue of steel industry requires our attention and is an industry which we must safeguard and protect local jobs and grow the economy. It is necessary for both local construction and manufacturing, especially in the automotive sector. There is a necessity to harness a vicious cycle of investment, jobs, and economic growth through a modest target of at least 3% growth in the short term. However, given the correct conditions and sufficient investment in infrastructure and industrial development, our government is poised to surpass this modest target. We have already laid the base for in the sixth administration. We have a robust financial sector, and as former President Thabo Mbeki rightfully observed, we must work together to create a South Africa where everyone has access to opportunities and resources that enable them to thrive. By strategically allocating financial surpluses towards infrastructure projects, we can stimulate economic growth and address the disparities that exist in our communities. This is not consumption investment, but investment in productive sectors, increasing our gross capital formation and strengthening the balance sheet of our country. There is a need for unblocking the unutilized financial capital outside the state productivity for economic development in terms of infrastructure-led industrialization and increase DFI capital by mobilizing, guiding, pooling public and private across institutions. The financial sector must be transformed to invest in productive sectors of the economy and not merely ensure increase in household debt. There is a need to increase productive development through industrialization as well as diversifying the ownership and control patterns of our economy to eradicate the economic exclusion which we had in the past. What type of capitalism or free market economics leaves the bulk of the population outside the market due to limited purchasing power based on color? The dominance of financialization does not translate to growth of the productive sector, such as manufacturing, construction, and agro-processing, for example. Honorable President, too often, financial institutions have perpetuated a cycle of exclusion rather than fostering inclusivity. In terms of the Fiscal 2020 survey, 80% of SMMEs are banked. However, of those that are banked, 30% of SMMEs have business bank without the remainder using owner's personal account as a dual account for both business and personal use. Even with the use of personal account for business purposes, 18% of micro enterprises, which are informal of course, are excluded from the formal banking sector. We have successfully implemented 6 industrial master plans, these being sugar, poultry, automotive, shoe manufacturing, as well as clothing and textile. These master plans have worked and need to be deepened, and new ones need to be implemented in other manufacturing sectors. Logistics bottlenecks need to be resolved so that manufacturing sector can efficiently access the domestic and export markets. We must also become food self-sufficient and reduce imports. Food security is part of the fight against poverty, inequality, unemployment, and historic economic exclusions. Honorable House Chair, the massive job creation and economic growth path we want to advance requires fundamental structural changes in the architecture of our economic system. We must diversify our international trade and open up new markets. The Africa Free Continental Trade Agreements, BRICS, G20, and the EU has presented to us opportunities, and those opportunities are waiting to be harnessed. Honorable House Chair, as the ANC, we remain resolute in our march to ensure a better life for all and inclusive economic transformation. We will not be distracted by naysayers and by serial opportunists who bark at the glory and our historical achievements simply to claim easy victories. We will certainly engage in enhanced and systemic oversight of progress, as there need to be qualitative and impactful spending in all our programs and projects. As Honorable Supra has said, Honorable President,
thank you very much indeed, Honourable Lekhwase. Honourable members, before we continue, I'd just like to remind all members, please, to ensure that your cell phones are not kept too close to the microphone and speaker system. Even if your microphone is off, the ringing cell phones can cause some interference. So please just ensure that you place your cell phones a little way away from the speaker, especially when it is ringing. Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Reverend Kenneth Meshwe.
House Chairperson, Honourable President, Honourable Members, at the top of the list of priorities mentioned by President Ramaphosa during his SONA speech last week was economic growth. Unemployment in this country is way too high. For almost 30 years, we have seen unemployed people protesting, marching, and toing in the streets, yet jobs remain elusive. The most painful thing for me to watch, Mr. President, is when our health workers, particularly medical doctors, toying with their stethoscopes hanging around their necks protesting because they are demanding jobs that they studied for and are qualified for. South Africa has an abundance of talented, capable, unemployed doctors and nurses who are desperate for work. The ACDP would like to see our economy grow and absorb unemployed professionals who many of them are working as car guards because they don't have jobs. Since US President Donald Trump signed an executive order canceling foreign aid to South Africa, there has been much speculation and questions as to whether or not AGOA is included. May I remind honorable members that AGOA is aimed at expanding American-African trade and investment by stimulating economic growth and assisting sub-Saharan Africa's integration into global economy. AGOA has and continues to have a positive impact on South Africa's economy, with our country being the leading African exporter of AGOA goods into the US market. If South Africa loses AGOA, we will lose our duty-free access to the US market, which would result in the introduction of tariffs. The consequence of this would be a reduction in the competitiveness of the South African automotive, agricultural, and footwear sectors in the US economy. Another negative consequence would be the loss of investments and market confidence. South Africa has lost its preferential investment destination status on the continent, and the loss of AGOA would contribute to a reduction of market confidence at a time when our economy is struggling to grow at acceptable levels and that can constitute to create much needed jobs. The ACDP supports government's plan to send a delegation to the US to meet with the new US administration in an effort to iron out their differences and improve relations. We need AGOA and duty-free access into that market for AGOA goods to help stimulate our economic growth. Lastly, Mr. Chairperson, I want to appeal to members of this House to show maturity in bilaterals with the US and others, and to overcome the temptation of playing a tit-for-tat with them, because that would not bring us any economic benefit. I also want to appeal to the ANC and the EFF to discard their plans to rename Santon Drive to Leila Khalid Drive. Leila Khalid is not a South African. She's not known by the majority of our people, and she has done nothing to benefit our country. The ACDP does not want to see the US consulate closed permanently due to an unprofitable name change that will not contribute a time to our economy. Neither does the ACDP want to see employees of the US consulate in Johannesburg lose their jobs because of an unwise, unpopular, and foolish decision. We believe we need more jobs and not less. We don't want anybody to lose their job. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Meshwe. Honourable members, I'm noting the volume in the House rising. If I can ask you please to just observe the rule not to converse aloud, not to drown out the speaker. Honourable Swart, what is your point of order? On what are you rising?
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on Rule 34 of the Joint Rules. And whilst the leader of the ACDP was speaking, the Honourable Reddy stood up and took a photograph. And I would remind the House that that is infringement of Rule 34I, and I'd request you to call the Honourable Member to order. Thank you.
Yes, honourable members, please, there is a rule that says that we are not to be taking photographs, not to be rising either in the House. When it's not your turn to rise, please delete the photograph that you've taken, and let's respect the joint rules of Parliament. A reminder that it is indeed the joint rules that have precedence today. With that, honourable members, we now welcome to the podium the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Governor.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable President of our country, the Deputy President, the Honorable Leader of the IFP, the Honorable V.F. Slabisa, all Honorable Members of this House. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party and all peace-loving South Africans, we would like to express our sincere condolences to the families and colleagues of our fallen soldiers since they were fulfilling our international relations mandate. As IFP, we support the view that abrupt withdrawal of the SANDF would not be in the best interest of the continent. We call on all parties in this conflict to embrace the current diplomatic efforts that are aimed at finding a peaceful resolution. Honorable House Chair, we welcome the undertaking made by the President of our country to address youth unemployment. As IFP, we welcome that the regulations of the Public Procurement Act, which will be fast-tracked to ensure that businesses owned by young people will receive equitable opportunities in government contracts. We hope that this procurement will be followed by a clear draft policy document and clear legislative provisions and guidelines in existing procurement legislative framework. We hope that those in charge of managing state procurement processes will seek to show commitment to the youth of this country. As IFP, we believe that to rebuild South Africa, we need to invest in our youth. Honorable House Chair, we welcome all the declarations in relation to gender-based violence, which the Honorable President has considered a pandemic. However, the medium-term budget policy statement, which the Honorable President oversees, remains silent on funding of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. As IFP, we believe that this must be addressed as it is a national concern, and we further call for the financing of the women's rights agenda. Honorable President, in your State of the Nation address, you rightfully acknowledged the severe dysfunction in many municipalities, citing poor service delivery, decaying infrastructure, and financial mismanagement. Your promise to ring-fence utilities for water and electricity services could not come at a more critical time. We appreciate your follow-up to the commitment you made during the opening of Parliament address last year of visiting eThekwini. However, there is still no improvement in service delivery. Residents across the city are still faced with constant water outages with no resolution in sight. The Metro continues to be unresponsive to calls made by residents for water services, especially when water leaks are reported, resulting in millions of liters of water flowing down our streets, and yet we say we are a water-scarce country. We welcome the 940 billion rand investment in infrastructure over 3 years. It is encouraging to see the importance placed on public-private partnerships to fund these projects. We therefore call for stringent performance matrix, monitoring, accountability, and transparency over this investment. We support the review of the funding model for municipalities that the Honorable Slabisa is leading in the reforms of the 1998 White Paper for having established the White Paper Political Oversight Committee, which seeks to make local government work better. As IFP, we caution that state capacity should not merely be viewed as an abstract concept that we refer to when appropriate. It should be recognized as the underlying and fundamental factor in the confluence of challenges that relate to policy implementation. We call upon Parliament to be more proactive in joint consultation, joint planning, and programming by the three spheres of government to achieve improved integration and synergy for improved policy implementation outcomes. As IFP, we support multilateralism and promoting global cooperation and stability. Honorable House Chair, allow me to reiterate the closing remarks made by the President of the IFP when he said, and I quote, "The IFP will be counted amongst the nation builders, not the breakers, the doers, and not just the dreamers, the worker and not the armchair critics." Honorable House Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. Honourable members, the opportunity now passes to the Honourable Deputy Minister of Police to take the podium and take the discussion further. Thank you. Honourable Boshielo.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, Honourable President of our country, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, Comrade Deputy President of our country, and honourable members. Honourable President, every year you give us a theme, and we in a parallel. We follow. We follow. Now all of us don't want to be bullied. Keep it up, you are doing a good job. It's really, really... The people of South Africa deserve to feel safe and be safe. This fundamental right is enshrined in our National Development Plan Vision 2030, which emphasizes the critical need to strengthen our fight against crime and corruption while building safer communities. We cannot afford to delay. The time to act is now. We stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's journey, a moment that calls for decisive action and unwavering commitment to the safety and security of all South Africans. The marching orders set forth by President Ramaphosa during SONA are not just directives. They are a clarion call for us to unite and act swiftly to confront the challenges of crime and corruption that threaten our communities. Honourable Chairperson, through Operation Chanela, the South African Police Services continue to take bold and decisive approach in dealing with crime. These crime-fighting activities include tracking operations, roadblocks, high-visibility patrols, stop and search, as well as tracing of wanted suspects. Just last week, Mr. President, from Monday, 3 February to the 9th February 2025, 2,777 wanted suspects for serious crimes such as murder, attempted murder, rape, business and house robbery were arrested. 209 suspects were arrested for murder. 111 suspects arrested for attempted murder, 247 for rape, 99 illegal possession of firearms, 1,285 illegal foreign nationals, 625 for drinking and driving, 1,321 rounds of ammunition, and 65 hijacked and stolen vehicles were recovered. Honourable Chairperson, we are continuing to vala imigodi wa Comrade Minister Mantashe. And to date, we have confiscated nearly 6 million in cash, along with substantial quantities of illegal minerals and uncut diamond valued at 32 million. Between April and November 2024, 79 firearms, 59 vehicles, and 20 large mining machines were confiscated, in the process reducing criminal operations at mining sites. We are also strengthening border security. Over 611,910 security actions were conducted to curb illegal activities at borders, leading to the arrest of 6,713 individuals for crimes such as illegal immigration, drug trafficking, and possession of illegal firearms. Furthermore, we have recorded substantial success against extortion, with 745 cases reported between October 15, 2024 and January 31, 2025. In KwaZulu-Natal, 2 suspected hitmen were arrested after they allegedly shot and killed a 40-year-old ward councillor and injured his 42-year-old wife in Tsomdumbi. Another joint intelligence-driven operation led to the arrest of 55 years of suspected drug trafficker with main drug tablets of 9 million in command. The Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the Hawks, have adopted a multi-agency task team approach to tackle the scourge of corruption. A total number of 1,452 suspects, of which 1,409 natural persons and 43 juristic persons were secured before the various courts in the country. Of these arrests, 451 represented 32%. Yes. 32% are South Africans, whereas 958 represents foreign nationals. So, President, we have a problem of illegal immigrants coming to our country to commit crime. It's because they don't have any fingerprints on our system and they are never even arrested. In Stilfontein, 1,924 people or illegal immigrants, which were Zamazamas, were arrested, and out of it, only 21 were South Africans. So it is a real problem that we need to do that. We have also have safer city cooperations with 6 of our major cities, and we are already working with them and have what we call a force multiplier, bringing our resources together and making sure that everything is going fine. And Mr. President, after all, we are enjoined by the Freedom Charter, which declared in Clipton in 1955 that there shall be houses, security, and comfort in an environment of peace. We are also working with our community policing forums, private securities, business against crime, and we are ensuring that we are fighting the crime. Comrade President, we are not going to allow to co-govern with criminals. We are going to deal with them, and they must run because we are going to deal with them decisively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshielo. Deputy Minister. Honourable members, I would like to just remind you of the lessons that were learnt yesterday when we took our break about how long it takes to leave and return to the precinct. We are about to again suspend proceedings for the day for a period of 30 minutes. I therefore ask you to go and take a comfort break now that the opportunity presents itself. Bells will be rung to alert members when the business resumes, but I do ask you to be back in the chamber by 20 minutes past 4. Thank you, honourable members. Business is now suspended.
The EFF and MKP as great consequences for us as a nation.
President, we must be ready to cheer the class of 2025. There will be 800,000 learners writing the grade 12 examination. 600,000 are social grant beneficiaries. 81% of the class of 2025 will make up those who are successful. 300,000 of social grant beneficiaries will automatically qualify for NSFAS bursaries, nearly 50%. This indicates that the investment government is making in the lives of the poor and vulnerable children is yielding positive impacts in breaking intergenerational poverty. In the midterm development plan, provision is made for best practice in terms of the Bella Act to give grade R learners world-class foundational education. The plan also provides for government to look after children for the first 1,000 days of their lives.
Let me turn to serious business. Mr. President, we welcome your commitment to the founding principles contained in the Government of National Unity and the Statement of Intent to reduce poverty, reduce the cost of living, and address the indignity in which many of our people live. However, we must acknowledge that regardless of all the noise, both locally and internationally, South Africa has constitutional and moral obligations to transform society, to narrow inequality, and create a nation in which all citizens have a stake. Section 27 of our Constitution guarantees the right to access to basic needs, including health care, food, water, and social security. It also places the onus on the state to take reasonable steps to ensure that these rights are met. And already we have got the Grootboom Constitutional Court judgment to this effect.
It is these features that we must remind ourselves of in times such as this one as we confront massive geopolitical threats. Mr. President, your injunction for us not to be bullied is an important one. I want to urge, Mr. President, there are times such as this one we must remind ourselves to remain united as a nation. When others at this moment, when another murder takes place both in the farm and in the streets, we must remain united. When others say to all of us that the demand for justice, as espoused in our Constitution, is put on the table, we must remain united. When ultimately, Mr. President, there are those who seek narrow interests and find voices from elsewhere, we must remain united. And ultimately, Mr. President, when the hopes of one become the fears of another race, Mr. President, let us build one South Africa, for we must remain united. Ultimately, Mr. President, I listened with great caution to your speech. It was filled with much promise. But, Mr. President, I think we need to use Thursday as an opportunity to move from state of the nation to state of performance. There's a biblical injunction that says this: that a house built on sand cannot stand. Our foundations are in trouble, Mr. President. In all reality, when you look at the MTSF that was tabled, 25% indicates the achievements of the last MTSF. Here, Mr. President, we can't pass at 30%. We need a better performance on the next MTSF. Mr. President, our economy has been growing at 1%. and social spending now consume 60%. I want to urge that our debt is at 5.2 trillion rand, 74% of GDP. If we are going to show that we are serious, our foundations in building must remain strong.
The Labour Department enforcing labour laws on all companies, whether it is in the hospitality, construction, farming industries, would significantly reduce unemployment. The PIC must fund manufacturing-driven initiatives. There can never be economic growth and job creation in a consumerism-driven economy. There are factories all around the country, Mr. President. They are lying idle. There are people who are eager to work, and there's a market for the goods. Why are we importing goods that we can produce in South Africa? Mr. President, our communities cannot be defined by alcohol and drug abuse. We have young kids drinking their future away because they've got nothing to do. There must be a heavy investment in sports and arts infrastructure in the townships and villages. We cannot accept that a black child is more likely to be exposed to drugs and alcohol than schools and sports facilities in the townships. The alcohol culture is stealing our future, and the government must act. Enyobeni and countless incidents of alcohol underage drinking are great examples of this. The government must take unpopular decisions and save the future of this country rather than being popular in a country with no future. There must be harsh penalties on anything that kills our children, who are the future of the country. It is an embarrassment that our kids died of food poisoning, yet foreign spaza shop owners were just requested to register. Mr. President, spazas selling fake and expired foods will not be solved by registration. The solution lies in strict enforcement of immigration laws and mass employment of environmental health practitioners.
And those are some of the highlights from day one of the State of the Nation address, a debate rather that started just yesterday. And today is a continuation of that debate. And of course, the reason why we're here is because proceedings have been briefly suspended, and we expect that the House will resume at 4:20.
Yes, Tsepo, House will resume in just 5 minutes for the second round of the second day of the debate on the State of the Nation address. And you've heard it from your leaders there on our screens, expressing their views on the President's State of the Nation address. Some going as far as giving us some biblical quotations, like the leader of Build One South Africa, Mr. Musi Maimane, quoting there that a house built on sand cannot stand. But I think that is true. You know, it's like throwing stones while you stay in a glass house.
Of course.
And also urging the President to ensure that the nation remains united, preaching unity. You know, it was just going on about how this country should be united, because if we are united, then we'll be able to confront the challenges that are currently we're currently facing.
And of course, we had Mr. Vuyo Zungula, and he's the president of the ATM, and he reiterated the need to invest in sports, arts and culture infrastructure in townships, especially with the, call it a pandemic of underage drinking that we see prevalent in our communities. You had the issue of Enyobeni that happened a year or two ago, where youngsters died as a result of being intoxicated.
And of course, Tsepo, and also you're right, you're correct, there is expressed his concern regarding this alcohol culture, which is visible for everyone to see. I mean, if you go to the township right now and you see what is happening there, especially with alcohol and young people, then it is very concerning. But I know that, like we said, we'll be continuing, we'll be resuming in the next 2 minutes with the second round.
And we expect, of course, that issues such as water and sanitation, diplomatic relations with the US, education, especially the NSFAS funding for students as well, for institutions of higher learning, issues of poverty, issues of unemployment, issues of the National Development Plan, those are issues that we can expect that members will raise to the President, and he has to reply tomorrow, the 13th of February, at 2 p.m.
And yes, and the issue that you've just highlighted now, Tsepo, I've raised them when I had an opportunity to speak to the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons Living with Disabilities in the Presidency, especially relating to the issue of NSFAS and student funding, because as we speak, there are still some students at some universities who do not have accommodation, who have not been registered yet. Some as a result of financial exclusion, some as a result of the shortfall on the funding provided by NSFAS. I mean, we spoke about how expensive student accommodation is vis-a-vis the 45,000 rands that NSFAS provide. But as you had said, the President will be responding tomorrow too, so I cannot be responding for him.
Yes. And of course, you can stay here on Parliament TV, DSTV channel 408. And of course, subscribe on all our platforms at Parliament of RSA. And if you want more information on Parliament's work, please visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za. We are expecting that the House will resume and we'll cross over there. From us here at the studio, goodbye.
And from Tembingo Singoma.
The House Chairperson.
Thank you, honourable members. Please be seated. Order, honourable members. I now recognise to proceed with this debate the Honourable the Premier of the province of Limpopo.
Is it on? Is it on?
Can we please assist with the microphone there at the podium?
Oh, no. Is it fine? Okay. House Chair, Mr. President, Honorable Deputy President, esteemed members of this joint sitting, and fellow South Africans. Today, I rise with both gratitude and determination as we reflect on the state of our nation. First, we honor the brave soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice for peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Amongst them, 8 were from Limpopo. We extend our deepest condolences to their families and pledge to uphold the values they fought for: stability, security, and better Africa for all. As I stand before you, Mr. President, I'm reminded of a marula tree whose fruit is now in season across our province. Its branches bend downwards, inviting us to reach up and partake in its nourishment, which has health benefits. This is the essence of leadership. We must extend opportunities to those below while ensuring that everyone benefits from our shared resources, and I mean everyone. Limpopo is poised to be at the heart of South Africa's global engagement, hosting key G20 meetings on agriculture, financial architect, the digital economy, and health. This positions our province as a driver of sustainable development. Our Marula belt in Mopani, alongside 70% of Kruger National Park within Limpopo, will showcase our natural beauty and rich heritage to the world. Mr. President, we welcome your decisive focus on water security. For years, our communities have struggled with water shortages. We appreciate your recognition that many rural municipalities lack the financial and technical capacity to ensure sustainable water supply. We have already, as a province, engaged the Department of Water and Sanitation to find practical solutions, particularly in Polokwane municipality, where water and infrastructure challenges persist. We have established what we call our premier water war room, which brings all role players together. Hinomati Friday campaign has already started to yield results, wherein, Mr. President, 16 villages already in Guyana have started to drink water. Our Executive Council is finalizing a water provision strategy to ensure that every municipality can meet both economic and social needs in alignment with your intervention. Reducing the cost of living in rural areas is key to unlocking economic growth. Your 940 billion infrastructure investment plan is a game changer. For too long, apartheid spatial planning left rural communities disconnected from economic opportunities. This investment will reshape our province, connecting people to jobs, to markets, and essential services. The public-private partnership that you have spoken about are proving to be effective. The near completion of the steel port bridge in Sekhukhune, which is built in collaboration with the mining sector around Sekhukhune, is a testament to what we can achieve when government and business work together. We will invite you to officially hand over to the people of Sekhukhune. When we met with you and your cabinet in November 2024, you committed your ministers to support and work with us, and therefore Minister of Electricity has been hard at work with us. We are pleased that in April 2025, Just hardly 4 months since your commitment, we will be inviting you to switch on electricity for 400 households in Madimbo and Mavete. These are the last villages in our country just before you enter Zimbabwe in the Musina municipality. Of the grid powered by solar and battery storage. Not only that, with 5G connectivity and street lights in the dusty streets of Madimbo. On average, Mr. President, one household has between 7 and 15 individuals. Therefore, you will be connecting not less than 4,000 individuals. The 120 billion pledge at our 2024 investment conference is materializing. Mining companies in the Fitahomu, Tubatsi are pioneering the solar energy projects, while the first 6 solar-powered electric vehicle charging stations along the N1 and 7 more on the N11 are coming online soon. So, Mshavi, you can buy that electric car, you will have charge stations on your way to Sishiho. The Fitahomu Tubatsi Industrial Park is gaining momentum, attracting investors. Companies are now operational, creating jobs and driving industrialization. So the full optimization of SEZ will be transformative. Hence, we cannot wait for that license. We are not waiting for the opportunities, Mr. President. We are creating them in that rural province of Limpopo. Healthcare, Mr. President, is a pillar to our development agenda. The long overdue revitalization of Siloam Hospital is finally happening under your leadership. We must remind Honorable Klope that training was done in 2011. And guess who was the president? Guess who is building it now? So is the Limpopo Central Hospital. We welcome it because it's currently under construction, which only started during your 6th administration. A capable state starts with skilled people. We welcome the initiative to capacitate our TVET colleges. This is in line with the directive you gave during the visit in Sekhukhune to the Minister of Higher Education to work with the provincial government to establish the Sekhukhune Mining Academy, because you understood better, contrary to what Honorable Chirwa's rhetoric, whenever given an opportunity to address this august house, that not every learner is a candidate for university. We must confirm to you that both local communities and royal families have endorsed this project, which will equip our youth with skills to thrive in the sector. We have already begun engagement with Minister and other potential partners on this project. And at the right time, we will give you feedback, Mr. President. So education is the foundation of economic empowerment and must ensure that Limpopo's youth are prepared for the job. Limpopo is no longer at the tail end of matric results. We have moved from being permanent residents of number last to 6th national, achieving a whooping 85.01% pass rate. Our goal is clear. We are aiming even higher in 2025. We have seen that Western Cape is number 5. They must watch the space. They are our target. We are also in the final stages of eradicating pit latrines in our school, ensuring that no child suffers the fate of the young Michael Komape again. Honorable Mukwena, you were misled about the ECD of our target, which was 130. To date, we have already registered 115, with the outstanding being 15. And since this function was shifted from social development, we have already registered 385. Our housing provision is also on the positive trajectory. Of the 4,555 units target, we have already completed 4,469, including 54 of military veterans. And this performance led into us receiving an additional 500 million allocation for 23-24, 24-25. And I'm sure
It's coming from the DA-led Western Cape, which has failed to spend this money. Our commitment to a capable, ethical, and development state is unwavering. Mr. President, fellow leaders, let us extend our branch like a marula tree to uplift those in need. Let me remind Honorable Ndlela as I conclude that this government is committed towards fighting gender-based violence. That is why you see us, anyone who impregnates a child, any man who unzips on a child, it's currently being prosecuted. But we have a message from the women in Mpumalanga to you, to pass to your Deputy President, that women in Mpumalanga says, invite us during the day, not at night, because that will be harassment, and we will report it as sexual harassment. Charity begins at home. Thank you.
Honorable Premier. Honorable members, the next speaker is the Honorable Badenhorst. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chair, Mr. President, fellow South Africans, to create jobs and grow the economy, our people need to get to work, because when you move people and goods, you move money. Sadly, the lucky few with jobs are spending nearly 60% of their earnings on transport and electricity alone. Mr. President, on the 12th of September last year, you stood in the National Council of Provinces and you spoke about raising your gaze to interprovincial rail travel. You envisioned Johannesburg to eThekwini. You called it a major commuter artery. You also mentioned the Johannesburg to Messina route. Remember Tanswalo, Mr. President? She was so excited when you announced those plans. She was overjoyed because she was hoping to take the Xhosa Mail with her family on a holiday in December to Durban with the newly cleaned beaches there. But then, on 3 October, Mr. President, PRASA dashed her hopes. 3 of its 4 long-distance routes suspended indefinitely, including the ones you promised. No train, no trip, no holiday. And with skyrocketing transport costs, Tanswalo had to stay at home in Johannesburg with no water, not even water for her swimming pool. Poor Tanswalo has become yet another victim of the effects of state capture. Those 9 long lost and wasted years, presided over by the Zuma government, rendering rail transport in South Africa all but dysfunctional. The numbers don't lie. In 1998-99, there were 42.28 million passenger trips per month. For the 2023-24 financial year, there was a total of 39.4 million passenger trips. Why the decline? We all saw the evidence at the Zondo Commission. Transnet was by far the biggest site of state capture. Some 41 billion rand in irregular contracts were awarded to Gupta-linked companies. Yet, instead of sitting in jail, some of the Transnet theft enablers are sitting right here in Parliament. Some of them are trying to hide behind camouflage some of the time, but we see them and we know who they are. Meanwhile, our debt to GDP ratio climbs at an alarming rate. In fact, South African taxpayers currently spend a staggering 300 billion rand per year on debt service costs. The main reason, over the last decade, is that taxpayers had to fork out 500 billion rand in bailouts for failing state-owned entities. Mr. President, the Democratic Alliance, your biggest GNU partner, shares your vision of growing the economy and jobs through an effective rail system. But we will not support Transnet's request for another 50 billion rand bailout. As a governing partner, we take our role seriously. We joined the GNU to address the multitude of challenges left by years of incompetence. We joined the GNU to promote stability and collaboration. We joined the GNU to prevent a coalition of breakers, their behavior on display for the whole of South Africa to witness over the past few days in this House. But, Mr. President, we did not join the GNU to rubber stamp ANC mistakes. Here's a reality check. Transnet is a train smash in slow motion. It owes 140 billion rand in loans and can barely cover interest and maintenance of current earnings, let alone upgrading infrastructure. And pretending, Mr. President, that private operators can somehow thrive on a collapsing network is pure wishful thinking. Throwing more money at Transnet is like throwing water on a person busy drowning. What we need is rehabilitation. What we need is real reform. What we need, Mr. President, is for you to be a statesman, putting South Africa first. Just like South Africa needs ministers that lead the change we want to see, like the DA ministers in the Government of National Unity, bringing the type of change you can boast about in your SONA address. For example, modernizing the agricultural sector, large-scale agricultural exports to markets that have been closed for many years, hemp and cannabis to exports to follow, digital transformation at Home Affairs, eliminating backlogs at lightning speed, turning South Africa into a construction site of public works, 940 billion rand in infrastructure investments to come. The list goes on. With regards to Transnet, this is what we must do together. Break up Transnet's monopoly and allow private sector investment to restore rail efficiency. Empower and fund competent cities and provinces to run locally focused services that suit their specific economic and social needs. The recently signed service level plan between PRASA and the DA-run City of Cape Town is a step in the right direction. Provide policy certainty so investors know where they stand. Ensure that the next injection of funds into Transnet comes from the private sector, not the taxpayers. What we need, Mr. President, is to get our country moving as economically and as fast as possible so we can move more money to grow our economy and create jobs. Mr. President, it seems that we are all on the same page with regards to what needs to happen. What we really hope you also agree is that this needs to happen now. Thank you.
The Honourable Mahlaude.
Honourable President, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. Only through its full implementation can we claim to have lived up to the ideals of a free, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society. The 1994 democratic breakthrough was the realization of the call that the people shall govern. 30 years later, our generational mission is to realize the clause that says the people shall share in the country's wealth. We are still struggling to correct the historic injustice of apartheid with the persistent challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and historic economic exclusion. The South African economy was built on the back of mining, energy, and agriculture. It relied on the super exploitation of black migrant workers and black women whose job was to reproduce children as future laborers and take care of dying men who could no longer work. It is treasonous that some beneficiaries of this crime against humanity have been calling on foreign states to intervene to block even the moderate reforms our government seeks to implement. We must enable our mining industry, which the ANC sees as a sunrise industry, to flourish and not leave anyone behind. To ensure that mining flourishes, the Council for Geoscience surveyed the country and found significant mineral resources yet to be exploited. It is a pity that some honorable members, even those in the GNU, have no experience in building an inclusive economy that works for all. One political party is stuck in state capture, another one in a vault in VBS in Venda, and other in 1948, daydreaming about being called Bas again. We must ensure that the next gold belt, which could be bigger than the original one on the reef, is meant to benefit all sections of South African population. Our national endowments must fund the NHI and the reforms in the education sector called for by the Bella Act. We must use the rare earth minerals, steel, copper, hydrocarbon reserves, and platinum group metals, among others, to ensure that no section of our society gets to live like the biblical Lazarus and survive on crumbs, which is what the likes of the racist AfriForum and Solidarity yearn for. Mr. President, Honorable Mantashe demonstrated the practicality of how we must respond to bullies when he said, "We are not beggars. We must stop acting like beggars. We need to ensure that mining charter is implemented. The state must have a carry stake in new mining projects, as is the case in petroleum, to fund the Sovereign Wealth Fund and other empowerment funds for the economic development of our country. We must consider significantly increasing exploration funding, which enables the development of new mining and hydrocarbon opportunities. The creation of a state mining company and state national petroleum company must occur through merging state assets in the mining and petroleum sectors. An industrial strategy is required to drive the growth of mining and hydrocarbon development. Our monopolistic finance sector must fund the industrialization of our economy so we can create well-paying jobs and transform our society. Now, before the DA experienced blue light, they were as treasonous as the racist AfriForum and Solidarity in lobbying and misinforming Washington on what is happening in South Africa. They even wrote a letter to Washington claiming that our well-respected IEC was going to rig elections and Americans themselves must come and observe our democratic elections. Well, the less said about those who are calling for drums when IEC is counting votes, the better. They must stop scoring cheap political points by misinforming the world. They are now lined up like headless chicken to move around the country, to move around the world to correct the lies, because they themselves understand very well that the withdrawal of foreign aid can be detrimental and harm their NGOs, especially Solidarity and AfriForum. The consequences are actually dire than what Donald Trump can comprehend. Don't try and run your own chicken cabinet, DA. Cabinet is one and can only be constituted by the President of the Republic, irrespective of a political party you belong to. Now, Mr. President, foreign aid is important, but money won't create successes. The freedom to make that money will make us successful. We have a nation to build, and those who do not want to be part of the nation building must heed the call of their Messiah and go to America and become Amerikaners and speak Afrikaners. President, you must also volunteer your jet in Kwazi to fast-track this important call by Donald Trump for the departure of those who want to leave the country. Thank you very much.
Honorable Gericke.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, President Julius Malema, all the commissars and fighters and colleagues. Voorzitter, die EFF neem kennis van president Ramaphosa se verwysing in sy SONA-toespraak oor die uitdagings en probleme met betrekking tot dienslewering in Suid-Afrika. Maar die blote verwysing daarna is nie 'n waarborg dat daar nie 'n herhaling van korrupsie, vervalle infrastruktuur en swak dienslewering sal wees nie. Inteendeel, die land het al dieselfde beloftes jaar in en jaar uit gehoor. Dit is 'n gemeene saak dat plaaslike regering die eerste punt van kontak is vir die publiek. Artikel 152 van die grondwet stipel baie duidelik uit die doel en funksie van plaaslike regering. En dienslewering word gedefinieer as die lewering van basiese en essensiële dienste aan die burgers van ons land. Dit spyt my egter om u mee te deel dat u regering vir die laaste 30 jaar onbevoeg was om effektiewe basiese dienste te lewer. Daar is 'n landwyse verval van kwaliteitsdienste en baie gemeenskappe word nadelig beïnvloed hierdeur. Dit is hoofsaaklik toe te
Order,
skryf.
honourable members. Honourable Gericke, my apologies. Honourable members, please keep the noise levels down. Honourable Gericke also has a right to be heard.
Dit is hoofsaaklik toe te skryf aan korrupsie, nepotisme, begunstiging en die aanstelling van onbevoegde politieke bondgenote. Daarom ontwyk die idee van 'n bekwame ontwikkelingsstaat wat armoede, werkloosheid en ongelykheid moet uitwis, ons land. Baie gemeenskappe het nie toegang tot basiese dienste nie. Dit is die uiterste vorm van vernedering as 'n gemeenskap soos Hammanskraal sukkel vir jare al om skoon water in hul huise te kry. Die gemeenskap van Tabazimbi en Mbombela en eThekwini gaan gebuk onder dieselfde probleem en bejaardes staan vir ure in die hittige son om net 'n paar liter water te kry, meneer die president. Die mense van die Karoo in die Weskaap is al moeg gesukkel om in baie gevalle verskoning. Die mense van die Karoo in die Weskaap is al moeg gesukkel en in baie gevalle steek verkose raadslede hulself weg om nie te verantwoord aan die gemeenskap nie. En so kan baie ander plekke genoem word. Water is 'n basiese reg. Die EFF doen 'n beroep op die nasionale regering om onbevoegde en korrupte amptenare en politici wat nie dienste kan voorsien nie, onmiddellik in die pak te steek. Die herstel van infrastruktuur om water te voorsien moet bespoedig word. Dit sluit die herstel van pype en infrastruktuur waar miljoene liters water gemors word ook in. There is also the issue of water apartheid in the Western Cape. A study of a group of Sweden, the Netherlands and the UK found that wealthy urban households use drinking water for swimming pools and gardens. Many disadvantaged communities are still struggling to have access to water. It is also reported that the elite makes up only 12.3% of the population, but use 50% of the city's water. Lower income households and informal settlements make up just over 40% and 21% of the population, but only use 27.3% of the city's water. Alhoewel artikel 26 van die grondwet die reg van toegang tot behuising waarborg, word hierdie reg op groot skaal ondermyn deur munisipale rade wat geen grond en infrastruktuur beskikbaar stel aan behoeftiges nie. Strukture in agterplase en plakkerskampe neem daagliks toe en kinders word in groot en onmenslike omstandighede. Dit gebeur in Suid-Afrika soos ons nou praat. Daar is 'n absolute onbevoegdheid in die meeste munisipaliteite en provinsiale werkgewers om menslike nedersettings te voorsien. Op die stadium het Kaapstad alleen 'n behuisingswaglys van 650.000 gesinne, a whopping 650,000 families. Maar Kaapstad is onlangs tot die beste stad in die wêreld verkies. Hoe belaglik is dit nie? Is dit the fools fooling the fools? Die EFF sê dat elke burger die reg tot 'n waardige bestaan en elke burger het die reg tot toegang tot behuising en die staat moet alles in sy vermoë doen om daardie objektief te verwesenlik. In George waar die DA al vir jare regeer, word huishoudings se krag in groot getalle geblok. Mense wat veronderstel is om vir deernis te kwalifiseer, kry 50% minder krag omdat hul ouers se boedels glo nie afgehandel is nie en word hulle verplig om groot bedrae kontant te betaal om hul krag weer aan te sit, meneer die president. Dit geld ook vir werklose mense, shamefully so. Hoewel die EFF self daarop aandring dat burgers moet betaal vir dienste, moet voorsiening gemaak word vir die armes en die behoeftiges om toegang tot die gebruik van elektrisiteit te hê. Historiese skuld moet afgeskryf word en deernisregisters moet opgegradeer word. Paaie moet begaanbaar gemaak word.
Agbare Gericke, ek is jammer, maar die tyd is nou verstreke. Dr. Burke. Order.
Bullying. Bullying. There's been a lot of talk, Mr. President, about bullying. Having grown up liberal in a small conservative town, I know a thing or two about bullies. So it hurts me to say we are indeed being strong-armed. However, the bully is not across the sea. It is a ghost of budgets past. The consequences of our terrible decision to constantly borrow more for decades. And now we have a huge interest payment bill. Mr. President, I welcome much of your SONA speech. However, I do find it baffling that our national debt was not mentioned once. This year, for every 100 rand in tax revenue we're collecting, we're spending more than 20 rand on interest payments. A number which is hard to understand intuitively, especially at scale. But if we divide it up into days, hours, minutes, and then seconds, our debt is costing us over 13,000 rand every time your heart beats, Mr. Chair. Time is money and it's being wasted. The minute that I've now been speaking for is equivalent to roughly 800,000 rand in interest payments. Money that could have provided nearly 160,000 meals to our national school feeding scheme. Mr. Chair, our children aren't eating because our debt is eating us. It's consuming money from our stomachs, from our schools and our hospitals, from our futures. And Mr. Chair, like with any other bully, the only way we're going to escape this one is by growing bigger and stronger. Yes, we can cut money by cutting waste and efficiency, and by not funding ridiculous programs like the 3.5 billion rand we've penciled in for peacekeeping in Central Africa over the next 2 years. We've already financed one deadly and embarrassing military disaster in the Central African Republic under President Jacob Zuma, and we can't repeat this mistake. But we cannot win this fight simply by cutting. Let's put it this way. If you work overtime, but you find yourself thousands of rand short after buying groceries, paying rent, taxes, and interest on your massive credit card bill, then cancelling your Netflix is not going to help. Nor is pulling your child out of school the solution. And there is no way we can ask hard-working South Africans to pay more taxes. To escape our debt trap, we need better jobs, Mr. President. We need them now. And this is exactly why the DA is in government. We are the business-friendly party of economic growth. And I do not mean temporary jobs for votes. We all know the type. Those created by the next speaker, populist Premier Panyaza. We don't play games with the unemployed. And while tweet storms rage around us, and parts of the ANC continue to push policy that worsens racial divides, economic inequality and foreign relations, our ministers are not blown off course. We know that jobs remain our Southern Cross. Mr. Chair, there's another interrelated reason why we're in this GNU. As the emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius said, the object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. We have to ask, how much money would farmers feel comfortable spending on tractors last year if the Honorable Molefe was the Minister of Agriculture? And how do you think the Expropriation Act would be implemented if the Honorable Malema was the Public Works Minister? The DA puts in place competent people to run the government. Our DA ministers turned around Home Affairs quicker than most people could get a passport under Jacob Zuma. However, we will not solve our jobs or debt crisis alone. Our partners need to do more. We cannot speak with forked tongues, Mr. Speaker. saying with one side of our tongue that we want to grow the economy and employ more people, but also with the other part of our tongue that we are putting in place conditions on who can be employed and dictating how much of our products must be manufactured locally and then imposing knee-capping tariffs on those products for export. Starting a business is already an extremely risky and difficult process. Why is this government making it so much harder? We need jobs, not regulations. We also don't need bailouts dressed up as infrastructure investment. We know what you're up to. And as Ernest Hemingway wrote, one becomes bankrupt gradually and then suddenly. This country has been going bankrupt gradually with its ever-growing regulations and business-killing measures, as well as its ever-fattening debt burden. But if Transnet gets a 50 billion rand bailout that its chairperson is demanding, if Eskom continues to lose money and it wants another bailout, we will become bankrupt quite suddenly. We cannot be bullied into more bailouts, more debt, or more taxes. We must stand firm. We need to stop the debt. We need to start the jobs. We need our GNU partners to pull their weight. The DA cannot do this alone. The DA is not in the GNU to be an enabler to the drunk parts of the ANC. We need a Ministry of Finance that won't be bullied into more debt, more taxes, or more bailouts. Mr. Chair, I've been speaking for 6 minutes while allocated 7. I'll be giving back the equivalent of exactly R1 million in national interest payments to the House. Will our government do the same? Will they give back jobs to our people?
The next speaker is the Honourable the Premier of the Province of Gauteng.
Thank you so much. Presiding officers, our Honourable President, Deputy President, Chief Whip, Chairpersons, Cabinet Ministers, leadership of other political parties, traditional leaders, honourable members. Honourable President, mine today is to say thank you. Thank you to you, President. It was exactly during this moment last year, President, that I humbly and politely requested you to sign the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill. Like a true listening president, here we are. You signed the bill, and the bill is in force. President, like a true listening president, you gave those that has limitations a period to give you alternative ideas. Because they don't have ideas, they chose to march instead of giving you ideas, and you went ahead to implement. President, by signing the bill, you don't know what you have done. You have finally opened the doors of learning and culture to our children. And for that, we want to say thank you, President. President, they threatened you with legal action, but to date, dololo. Because you can't take non-racialism to court and you can't take non-racialism to jail. President, it was during the last State of the Nation address when you boldly declared that whether you are young or old, whether you live in a rural area or a township, whether you are employed or unemployed, whether one is a security guard, petrol attendant, or a domestic worker, or an executive of a company, when you fall sick in our country, you are entitled to quality health care. Within that context, President, you went to sign the National Health Insurance Bill, and we want to say, Siyabulela, President. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Again, you are threatened with legal action, but to date, dololo. because no one can challenge equity and no one can challenge access to quality health care for everyone. President, we also want to thank you. As the Gauteng government, we introduced a program called Ikageleng, Build for Yourself. Through this program, President, we offer land to those that are poor and homeless. We as government, we just install roads, sewer, water and electricity. People, depending on their pockets, build their own houses so that you don't have one-dimensional way of providing houses to our people. This program to date has benefited close to 15,000 people who are security guards, who are nurses, who are policemen, who can afford to be excluded in the housing program. And for this, President, we want to say thank you. Siyabonga. Mr. President, you convened a Gauteng conference, investment conference. In that conference, we as Gauteng scored 180 billion commitments in investment. And we want to thank you once more for ensuring that companies like BMW, which committed 4.2 billion, continue to expand their automotive production. Impact, which committed 2.5 billion, they continue to build sustainable packaging solutions. And we've also acquired another investment that we will announce during the State of our Province address. And this was possible through your actions. And we want to say, President, siyabulela. Thank you so much, President. President, we are now ready to expand Gautrain network to go to new areas in our province. Gautrain will now go to Soweto, Four Ways, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, Lanseria, and Springs. And during this expansion in the next 5 years, the government that we have the honor to lead will produce 125,000 construction jobs in the next 5 years so that our people can get jobs. And for that, President, we say thank you so much, President. President, myself and the Premier of Limpopo, we have concluded our consultation to ensure that there is a speed train between Gauteng and Limpopo. We are now ready to consult. We are now ready to consult with the Ministry of Transport and your government, President, so that in 67 minutes we can have a train from Pretoria to Limpopo so that we can be in a position to provide the support to our people. Mr. President, our capital city of our country, Tshwane, is back from neglect and misrule. President, I was embarrassed when you hosted your BRICS peers and the capital city was stressed and it was dirty. And those that refused to listen to workers didn't listen to our plea to clean our city. You can come back now, President. Our city of Tshwane is sparkling clean now because those that didn't want have been removed. President, the city is moving away from qualified audits to better audits. And I want to assure you, President, the city is not only back, better and bolder, the city is ready to roll out the red carpet when you host your G20 peers in a province that will be clean and ready for you. President, a new Johannesburg is rising. Egoli, Mjipa, Johannesburg. Thanks, President. We have just unveiled the most beautiful planetarium in the Southern Hemisphere. It is in the middle of Johannesburg, and I want to thank the investment from Anglo-American and Wits University. This is the newest tourist attraction in Johannesburg, and I invite you, President, when you want to see stars one day with your family, come to Johannesburg CBD and see the best planetarium in Southern Hemisphere. A new, better and bolder concert venue, President, was unveiled 2 days ago. This is a venue that is in the middle of Johannesburg that will be capable of hosting international artists and ensuring that we entertain the people of Gauteng. President, when we reclaim Johannesburg, we mean that we are reclaiming it. We have now taken back 11 hijacked buildings in the middle of Johannesburg. We will convert them into proper housing for our people. For an example, the old Carlton Hotel will be converted into a beautiful apartment to house our people. And next week we are hosting a new Johannesburg summit as we then unveil a better and new Johannesburg. President, thank you once more. The e-tolls are gone, 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 and gone. Thanks to you, the Transport Ministry, the National Treasury, and organs of civil society, our road infrastructure expansion and maintenance is now in full swing. We are ready to roll out modern infrastructure in our province. President, I want to leave here by introducing you to this student. His name is Musa Wenko Sibuteles, a student from township of Kwatema. He is the best matric student in our province. And when I say the best, President, I mean the best. He beat all students in Gauteng, whether in public or private education. And out of 1,800 marks, he got 1,700 marks. And in pure mathematics, out of 300, he got 299 marks. And is coming from the township to demonstrate that we have turned around township education. Of all the bachelor passes in Gauteng, 2/3 of them are coming from the township. President, tomorrow when you come here, I want to give you this advice. Standing alone here doesn't mean you are alone. It means you are strong enough to handle things yourself. Siyabonga, President. Thank you so much.
The entire progressive must stand up.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. The next MP on the podium is Honorable Masango. Honorable Masango, the floor is yours. Thank you for the applause. Over to you, Honorable Masango.
Honorable Chairperson, this year's Honorable President's State of the Nation address was different. It was encouraging and inspired hope. That was not because he said anything new or because lives of poor and vulnerable South Africans have changed much, but because of the key players in what the Honorable President called the nation we want. Because the nation we want is underpinned by a vibrant growth and jobs agenda that will lift people of this country out of poverty. The players I refer to are the GNU ministers and deputy ministers. Several of the programs the Honorable President articulated were taken right out of the Democratic Alliance's election campaign over the years. The growth and jobs agenda. The high cost of living is an especially brutal reality for South Africa's poorest, and most vulnerable citizens, many of whom receive their social grants from government and might struggle to access these grants at the end of this month due to the needlessly difficult switch from gold cards to black cards. The average South African worker has to spend more than 57% of their monthly income on transport and electricity while underspending on food. Last year alone, 1,457 children younger than 5 years died in South Africa's public hospitals due to acute malnutrition. But the DA has a solution. We have always focused on job security and the prosperity it brings. We want to grow the economy to lift the 28 million SASSA grant recipients out of their reliance on social assistance. Our economy policy will give them the dignity and the freedom that comes with a stable income and private property ownership. By enhancing the ease of doing business, between 350 and 400,000 new jobs could be created in the first full year after implementation. Fiscal policy reforms, such as a fiscal rule within the current expenditure framework, could create a further 350 to 450,000 jobs. Transforming the SRD grant into a job seekers grant is another essential brick in building an economy that attracts essential investment and fosters a labor-friendly environment that promotes job creation. In fact, between the DA's ease of doing business, fiscal, labor, industrial and trade policies, there is a potential of between 1.9 and 2.5 million jobs over 5 years. And that, Honorable President, is a DA difference. This is why the Democratic Alliance joined the government of national unity, because the alternative is terrifying. Imagine a South Africa where the DA doesn't show up to hold the executive to account, where we are left to the mercy of the anti-constitutionalist agenda, where the government cares more about ideology than the money in your pocket, the roof over your head, and the job for you to go every morning. In order to grow the economy, we must involve as many of our citizens as possible, including those that are often marginalized. That's why the Honorable President's inclusion of persons with disabilities in the mainstream economy is very welcomed, and as it recognizes the value being added by them in the broader job creation and economic growth space. The DA's role as key coalition partner in the GNU is already moving the needle towards economic growth and its value for all South African citizens. The ingenuity and foresight to form the government of national unity is what South Africa desperately needed. And the unity in the GNU is what will ensure progress and prosperity. And as South Africans, we are excited to witness this most welcome change. We encourage the ministers, deputy ministers, and their dedicated teams to focus on their work as we stand ready to support them in whatever way possible. South Africans, especially the poor and vulnerable South Africans, deserve no less. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. The next speaker on the floor is Honorable Brett.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Agbare meneer die president, die Vryheidsfront Plus se leier, Dr. Pieter Groenewald, het gister tydens hierdie debat gesê dat Afrikaners, soos baie ander gemeenskappe in Suid-Afrika, geen ander tuiste as hier op die Suid-Afrikaanse bodem het nie en dat ons hier is om te bly, maar dat ons ook sal help om hierdie land van ons te herstel en te bou. En dit is juis in hierdie lig, meneer, wat ek graag met u wil praat. Amper 7 maande gelede, tydens die opening van die parlement vir die aanvang van die 7de termyn, het ek gevra dat munisipaliteite moet prioritiseer word. In many previous SONAs, you briefly mentioned infrastructure, but it is for the first time in my recollection that you have actually acknowledged the struggles facing municipalities and consequently the challenges of those communities. I want to thank you for listening to the GNU partners. You also said, and I quote, "Many of the challenges in municipalities arise from the design of our local government system, and I cannot agree with you more. But we do not need another panel to undertake extensive consultation to find out what is wrong and what needs to be the alternative to our local government system." The late Mr. Pravin Gordhan, if you will recall, released way back when in 2014, a Back to Basics report with findings of what the Freedom Front Plus has always said, and that is big, multi-town municipalities do not work and services cannot reach the outer limits of those municipalities. Municipalities need to be smaller with less towns in them, and ideally it needs to be 1 town per municipality. And although it is welcomed that the role of the Public Services Commission will be strengthened and technical skills will be improved and professionally managed risk ring-fenced utilities and water and electricity services will be established, forgive me if I'm not jumping for joy, but waiting to see if this will be realized into real action. Ek het 7 maande gelede ook voor u gestaan en ek het versoek dat daar ingegryp word in onder andere Mokaka plaaslike munisipaliteit waar die rioolwerke die belastingbetaler al 105 miljoen rand kos, maar steeds disfunksioneel is. Ek was opgewonde dat u en die adjunkminister van water en sanitasie, wat ek ongelukkig nie vandag hier raak sien nie, onderneem het om die aangeleentheid te ondersoek en te kom besoek. Maar tot en met vandag kon ek nog nie daarin slaag om die adjunkminister vir 'n besoek te ontvang nie. In Setsoto plaaslike munisipaliteit het die Markwaardamwal reeds voor die pandemie gekraak en uiteindelik gebreek, maar omdat die ratte van die regering gans te stadig draai en daar werklik nie proaktief opgetree kan word nie, maar ons geforseer word om reaktief op te tree, is dit nou meer as 5 jaar later nog steeds nie voltooi nie. En nou blykbaar wag ons vir 'n lisensie van die departement voordat die projek kan begin. Die Vrystaat is 'n waterskaars provinsie en kan nie bekostig om broodnodige water te vermors of nie op te gaar nie. And then I'm not even referring to the 475 million rand lost during the 22-23 financial year in municipalities in the Free State due to water losses and leaks. I refer to these examples in the Free State not only because I hail from the Free State, but because it's the worst performing municipality and alongside the Eastern Cape is one of the provinces with the most municipalities in distress as announced by Minister Hlabisa. The situation is so dire that after complaints, the South African Human Rights Commission announced and launched an official inquiry into the state of service delivery at local government level in the Free State, and not one municipality was in the clear. And I would like to quote, "It is clear to the Commission that there are severe failures as well as difficulties. These failures equate to violations of constitutional rights." Agbare huisvoorsitter, ons gaan moet skouer aan die wiel sit as ons Suid-Afrika wil herstel en bou. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honorable Prieti. The next member on the platform is Honorable Mashatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the President and the Deputy President. Greetings to the Progressive Caucus. Khotso Africa. Honorable Zigalala, you are absolutely right that Africans must report African issues to Africans. But let us ask ourselves, those who ran to Americans to cry about Expropriation Act, are they really Africans? Do they genuinely believe in African unity? The Americans gave them platform, gave them what they wanted, and yet they remain here, remain at the very land where they are privileged and they claim to be under threat. Where is Honorable Mackenzie's slogan now? Abahambe! Or does it only apply selectively? Mr. President, now that Expropriation Act is in law, I had expected you to outline a clear program of action for its implementation. We cannot afford to celebrate symbolic victories while our people continue to suffer. While we articulate policies, our people are starving. They have no land to produce food, no resources to sustain themselves, and no means to break free from generational poverty. The land question is not just history, it's about survival. Look at Palestine. The war waged by the so-called Israel, it's over the land. Look at the DRC. The conflict between the Tutsi and the Hutsi, it's about the land. And if South Africa reach the boiling point, it will not be about political debate. It will be about the land. So, Mr. President, it's time to act decisively. Implement the land expropriation without compensation now. We cannot wait indefinitely for the amendment of Section 25. We must abandon 1913 as a benchmark for the land reform because it legitimized the colonial theft. When the settlers arrived here, they didn't compensate the land from our forefathers. Instead, they killed them and took the land forcefully. So give us the good reason why we should give why the government must compensate them. Our history of this position did not just begin in 1913. It began the moment the foreign settlers laid claim to what was never theirs. And as UAT, we do not even recognize 1652. Because by that time, our forefathers were already enslaved. While we delay, our people remain landless, hungry, hopeless. Now it's time for action. No apologies. Yes, we don't apologize. Now it's time for justice. No endless negotiations. The land belongs to Africans. Implement now, Mr. President. Kadimambo.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Daniels. Over to you, sir.
Greetings, Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President, Speaker of the House, and all honorable members. On behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, we are excited by the prospects of a 3% GDP growth as mentioned by His Excellency Ramaphosa during SONA. We are excited that our beloved country will now be turned into a construction site. And that is what we need to address the high unemployment rate in our country. Mr. President, my grandmother always said, you must look at me when I talk to you. Mr. President, thank you for committing 940 billion rand to the infrastructure projects. Let job opportunities rain from our African sky. Let us guard against also evergreen contracts being afforded to the same companies for decades, including those of constructional engineers. Mr. President, adding 20 billion rand over 5 years to the Transformation Fund to support small and black-owned businesses is heaven sent. You said small and black. You didn't say small, you didn't say black. You said both small and black, Mr. President. Remember, the BBBEE speaks to African in particular. We also have white small-owned businesses. We equally have got colored and Indian and black small-owned businesses. And because you say it's for small and black-owned, I trust that it will receive the attention it deserves. So that, Mr. President, the additional 20 billion can be implemented as a Rainbow Nation project benefiting black, white, Indian, and colored people. Mr. President, I must admit from what I've noticed, you are indeed a complete show-off. You cited sterling work done by various ministers within your cabinet. And you are correct, Mr. President. The GNU is working. As the head of state, you have all the reason to show off. Who will not show off when things are working? In the PA, ons kinder van jou, Mr. President. And I quote my party president, the Honorable Minister of Happiness, saying,
The scanner race stop net daar. Baie dankie. The next speaker on the program is Honorable Lonsi.
He said, you are a hard worker. You are a hard worker. He respects you. And you work so hard that you must have been tired when you didn't mention the work done by our president in your SONA debate.
Sit down.
But these people on my way out,
Sit down, Chief.
you can make a noise.
Sit down, Chief.
Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker.
I think we need a breathalyzer now.
Hey, Matata.
Over to you, Mr.
Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, South Africa is behind you, despite calls from the United States and Elon Musk, who are calling for your sanctions and calling you an international criminal. We want to remind you, President, that even Nelson Mandela was referred to as an international criminal, and only up until 2008 was he released from the terrorist list by the United States. Leaders like Gaddafi, Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara from Burkina Faso were all labeled criminals by the West. Stand firm, President. Being a criminal of imperialist forces is a badge of honor for our struggle for the liberation of our people. President Ramaphosa, in the 20th century, Chairman Mao develops and popularizes a concept called a paper tiger. A paper tiger, President, is something that appears powerful and intimidating from a distance, but as you get closer to it, it's harmless, it's fragile, it's powerless. It's just a paper made of a tiger. Your State of the Nation address, President, like the 7 you gave before that, reminds us of a paper tiger. You always make bold statements. You appear dangerous from afar, but when we pay closer attention, we see a paper tiger. Your ministers and premiers are all praise singers, Mr. President. All of them did not engage in the substance of your SONA. They did not defend your SONA. They were just looking for your applause and affirmation. Your chief whip comes and speaks about the National Development Plan. Yet former President Thabo Mbeki, who all of you like to quote, keeps telling you, Mr. President, the NDP is not a plan. Why? A plan requires clear steps, time frames, measurable objectives, and defined responsibilities at each and every level of government. Now, President, let me take you to Singapore. When Singapore gains independence in 1965, they implement the Economic Development Plan, focusing on industrialization, education, and infrastructure. This was not just talk, Mr. President. They created a strong manufacturing sector, which we don't have, upskilled their workforce, which you are not doing, and invested in technological innovation, transforming Singapore into one of the world's leading economies in a short space of time. This can't be said about the National Development Fund. Honorable Premier of Limpopo, please don't be narrow. When we say post-secondary education, we're not just talking about universities. We're talking about TVET colleges. We're talking about training centers. Come on, Minister. The Premier of the Northwest comes and talks about Tunchali Rura accelerated service delivery campaign. But what he won't tell you, Mr. President, is that where he launched his campaign in Mamusa, if you go to Mamusa today, Batuba Runa, Batula Masipa, Bekeli Beke, because his failed PR stunt couldn't resolve the issue of sewage in the province of Northwest. I don't want to even talk about the Minister of Human Settlements. She stands here and claims to have resolved the issue of student accommodation in South Africa. Perhaps she doesn't know, Minister, there's a shortage of over 500,000 beds in South Africa. You don't just resolve it by taking money from VPS and buying yourself a coffee shop. President, I want to invite you just across the road, President, when you were busy delivering your SONA, students at CPUT were sleeping outside, President. On Monday night, I went to visit one of the students who were arrested. Please, President, on your way to your 20-bedroom house in Clifton, pass District 6 so that you can see this crisis with your own eyes. President, we felt the pain of Minister Sihle Zikalala. He's a master's candidate. Rather, he's got a master's. He's got experience in governance. But you have reduced him into a boy and deputy minister of an illiterate, matriculate white man. You are reminding us of the racist corporate sector where our brothers and sisters must account to white juniors, even though they've got better qualifications and better experience than them. But, Mr. President, we are not shaken because we know that the faction of Helen Zille wants to dump this GNU. It's just John Steenhuisen who is still enjoying blue lights, even at the cost of his own constituency. Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, we want to show you that we're not just an opposition that talks. We have already presented before this parliament a student debt cancellation bill. We want this parliament to vote for that bill so that we can resolve the debt confronting more than 500,000 students in South Africa. Now, Mr. President, I don't know why you need a bill to give all students their degrees, because these people have completed all their academic requirements. Why don't you give them their degrees?
Your time has expired.
We came here to ask you and you said we've got an extra minute for 6 minutes. You gave me 5 minutes here. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We asked you and you said we've got an extra minute here. President, President, the simple point we're making, how will these students get employment if you don't want to give them their degrees? Give the students their degrees, give them their qualifications, give them their certificates so that they can be able to access employment opportunities. You don't need a bill for this. Release all degrees, Mr. President.
You can't disrespect the presiding officer.
Thank you, honorable members. Will you please take your seat? What I want to do now is to bring to the attention of the House Rule 34. Rule 34 is very clear. What is very important is that we must maintain the decorum of the House. So I appeal to the House that as we move forward, we must respect the rules of the joint sitting. Because what is critical here is that, one, we cannot call each other by first name terms. We must respect each other according to Rule 34. So the next person who's going to be on the podium is Honorable Notata. Over to you, sir.
Somlomo malunga begekileyo, fellow South Africans, molweni. Mr. President, the last time I was at this podium, I told you the ANC will not come back as a majority in government. And many in the ANC laughed it off. But the voters backed that statement to ensure that you are no longer a majority. The only thing left is for you to accept that fact. When the DA joined the government of national unity, it was because voters wanted us to leave behind the failed policies of the past 30 years that has plunged more and more people into poverty and unemployment, and begin the project to rescue the 30 million South Africans living below the poverty line, the 12 million unemployed South Africans, and to fight crime for the 87 people murdered daily, to stop cadres being appointed to eat while South Africans with merit are overlooked, to stop the tragic stories like Bonge Kabuso, who poisoned their last bit of food rather than watch her children starve because of the high cost of living, to stop the grand-scale theft and corruption that reached unprecedented levels during Zuma's 9 wasted years. Mongameli, bawuyakhumbula kakuhle phambi kwe-elections ndandithe kuni anibuye nangoku khanibuye kodwa into esasike sayenza kuninenzela inceba saninceda uba manibuye kurhulumente yenzela uba sizanugada ningabi imali abantu baseMzantsi Afrika sizosebenzisana kunye ubhekise lizwe phambili. We joined the GNU because we could not risk giving power to the MK and EFF. Their policies would tank the economy. They are the biggest threat to the poor. They have proven this with the dodgy characters in their benches who gave us load shedding, broke PRASA, and stole at grand scale, while the little red minions next door stole poor people's pensions and savings through the VBS Bank. Theirs is a path we must never take, and a path of breakers we must always avoid. They are now licking their lips. You could see them standing in ovation for the Premier of Gauteng, lurking at the door of the GNU, wanting to eat. But sadly, for them, the DA is going nowhere, and they won't taste the levers of power. Because the project to build South Africa is far too important to hand over the power to these breakers. Singena nje kulo rhulumente sizogada lamasela namantshontsho ayo uba bangabi imali abantu baseMzantsi Afrika. The DA will help the GNU grow the economy to create jobs so as to lift people out of poverty. Our expertise have already proven that we've made tangible impact in people's lives. We have prioritized digitization and people are getting their IDs. The agricultural reforms will sustain the agriculture sector and create jobs and food security. Turning South Africa into a construction site is delivering the much-needed jobs, as you heard this morning. Mr. President, Minister Motsoaledi came here, and I want to say to you, sir, my mother died untimely at the hands of a failing public health system. And us fighting to protect medical aids and quality health care, regardless of your economic status, is to ensure that no one else must suffer the same fate. To the many South Africans failed by the public health system, this is not a political game. It is our lives on the line. That is why I strongly believe that the DA can bring helpful changes to the NHI to ensure universal access to quality health care. The thing that gives us stomach aches is the completely failed public health system that you oversee, where people go to public hospitals to go get help and they come back in coffins. And your intention to confiscate the medical aids to which millions of South Africans have contributed all their lives. What the ANC doesn't seem to understand is that millions of black South Africans have spent the last 30 years working to free their families from the broken public health system. And it's important for us to protect that right while making sure that more and more people get quality health care regardless of the economic status in South Africa. To be open to new ideas, build the economy and create jobs, you need to shift your attitude. You see, Mr. President, attitude is like a flat tire. If you don't change it, you won't go anywhere. Premier Lusufi, no amount of arrogance to implement failed ANC policies will change this country for the better. Just today, it was revealed that your government has stolen over 600 million meant for Gauteng NGOs who fight hunger, and this is over and above the fact that you spent over 400 million rand to fumigate schools, because what's most important for you is that cadres must eat while the people of Gauteng suffer at your own hands. What in fact we must be fumigating is the hollow words that you spoke here today, having delusions of grandeur, yet you've closed down 25 schools in Soweto, yet to talk about the doors of learning must be open. As if we could not be subjected to worse, the Honorable Dagmo chose to come here and insult the most successful premier in creating jobs. Honorable Dagmo, the unemployment rate and the ANC votes in the Western Cape went down directly proportional to each other. Whilst the Premier Windy was driving down unemployment rate and creating jobs in the Western Cape, you as the leader of the opposition were driving down the ANC votes. Clearly, Honorable Adams was correct to say you're the most skilled politician and you are indisputably the most skilled at losing votes. The less said about the Honorable Ndlela, who came here dressed like a toy soldier and fake military gear, forgetting that the MK family business has chance to created a failed state for 9 years.
Thank you, honourable members. We cannot drown the speaker, please.
As the DA,
we cannot drown the speaker. Honourable Notata,
as the
your time
DA,
has
we are
expired.
committed to governmental of national unity.
Honourable
Take new
Notata.
ideas on board and you'll see South Africa.
Notata,
Thank you.
Sit down. Mini John stays in. Sit down.
Thank you, House Chair. To say the fact SONA delivered on the 6th of February was an anticlimax is a serious understatement. The party leader of the MK and myself, we went there with notebooks and pens hoping to take copious notes, but it was not to be. We thought Mr. Ramaphosa was going to start by giving an executive update on the progress made from his 2024 promises. Instead, he began pontificating about some 20 billion per year for transformation fund, and he carefully omitted to say where those funds would come from. As we speak here and now, South Africa is living from hand to mouth, and this leadership or people in the leadership position seem oblivious to this fact. Fellow South Africans, here are three very important realities. We have a widening fiscal deficit, now projected to exceed over 5% of the GDP. Where's the 20 billion going to come from? We are sitting with a growing national debt expected to exceed well over 80% of the GDP by 2026. Where's the 20 billion going to come from? Rising inflation and increased cost of living, forcing millions into deeper poverty, with poor households facing a disproportionate 11.3% increase in their food basket. We, as Umkhonto sees with the new government in waiting, we stand on behalf of the people of South Africa. We stand on behalf of traditional leaders, the unemployed millions of our people, the underpaid and exploited workers, black professionals who suffer racist treatment in workplaces, farm workers, all those who need a better life in this country, including white people. We declare that Umkhonto Wesizwe is a government in waiting ready to take over yesterday. I'm standing here today, amongst other things, to expose the lies. The MK party will not govern through lies and deceit. unlike the ANC-DA coalition and their fellow travelers in this coalition thing of theirs. We will not represent anything. We will not do what has been done here to misrepresent the Freedom Charter. We will state the Freedom Charter as it is. It's quite despicable that Mr. Ramaphosa comes and talks about the Freedom Charter, but there's not one thing from the Freedom Charter that he has ever done. The Freedom Charter says the mineral wealth beneath the soil, the banks, and monopoly industries shall be restored to the people. When we say this, they call us destroyers, they call us unconstitutional, and all these funny words. The Freedom Charter says the land shall be shared amongst those who work it. Our people work the land every day, and they are not having any share in the ownership. For us in the MK party, platitudes don't work. We see you. We will not falsely claim that there were 300 days without load shedding, when in reality it was disguised as load reduction, Comrade Putla. Maybe there was no load shedding in the suburbs where the neoliberals in the GNU live. But in the township, people are struggling with the so-called load reduction. We will not manipulate statistics, Minister Nchaveni, as we have in the 2022 census, where the nation has been given a false claim that 82% of households have piped water. But Stats SA does not say that in those pipes that are there, some of those pipes are dry. Some of those pipes are spewing water you cannot drink. So that statistic is meaningless. We are not going to lie about the land reform. The Expropriation Act that everybody is talking about is not a progressive document, but just a tool to delay land reform. The term nil compensation is deceitfully used to confuse many in the ANC because they get easily confused. It's not the same thing as no compensation, fundamental difference. The people of South Africa are fortunate that the MK party is here to expose these monkey tricks. We will not pretend that apartheid is a thing of the past. When you look at the household income, the race element is very strong. Africans in the top quintile are only 13.7%. Coloreds are only 20.3%. Indians, 40%. And the whites in the top quintile are occupying 73%. Is this what united in our diversity should mean? You would have thought that with a statistic like that we'll have a situation where Employment Equity Act is going to be prioritized. This act
sorry,
was passed.
Honorable Mani, just a minute. Please, honorable members who are conversing aloud in this house, can we allow the speaker on the podium to be able to address the house? Thank you.
It's MK.
Mr. Speaker.
On what are you rising, honorable member? Can you check your seat?
Mr. Speaker.
On what are you rising?
Mr. Speaker, the Speaker is totally not audible. We can't hear him. There's something wrong with the sound system. So if you could please address that and allow him to begin his speech again, please. You can't hear him. That's why members are trying to raise this point. You can't hear the speakers. There's something wrong with the sound system.
The problem is not the sound system, it's the content.
Or is it a sabotage?
Somebody is saying nothing.
Sabotaging our
There's nothing wrong with the system.
We're starting afresh.
The problem is that Honorable Tutu Zuma did not approve that speech.
Give him more time.
The speech was not approved by Tutu Zuma. That's the
speech.
Please, let us have.
He needs to start again, Mr. Speaker. We can't hear a thing.
Thank you.
You don't want to hear Let us start from the beginning, Chair. We didn't hear.
The technical team will up. We'll up the issue of the mic.
Nothing wrong. He's talking There's nothing wrong with the mic, Chairperson. It's the content.
We cannot even hear you, Speaker. We can't even hear you.
He's just talking
There's nothing wrong with the sound. We can hear him.
Honorable Zagute.
Hello. There's nothing wrong with the sound. We can hear him.
We didn't ask you though.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, thank you very much.
Over to you, Honorable Zagute.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. All speakers were audible. I want to advise Honorable Manyi to come closer to the mic because his voice is too soft. We can't hear what he's saying, but we've been hearing all the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable
Papa, we have
Chairperson.
All right, you can
Only now when we rise and raise an objection, the audibility of the speaker is
You are killing the mic.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
making a plea
Honorable member.
the speech
You are
again.
downing the speaker.
You are downing the
Take your
speaker.
seat. Take your seat. You can only speak when I recognize.
This is not audible.
Please, take your
This
seat.
is not even audible, Chair.
Hello.
Don't touch that mic. Why are you touching it?
You can
Don't
only
touch
speak.
it. The issue is the
Chair,
content,
we
not the
cannot even
sound.
hear you. We can't even hear you.
You are downing the speaker. Yourself.
One, T.
So, the mic is clearly audible. The sound is clearly audible. Honorable Manyi, can you resume your speech, please? We are having 2 minutes to go.
Give me time.
I've just made a ruling, Honorable Manyi. You have 2 minutes to go. All the other members were audible. The MPA were supposed to go closer to the mic. Please.
He's used to acting in every part. This is not rehearsal and chaos.
Don't play to the gallery. Don't play to the gallery. Get on.
We can't even hear you, Chair.
Chair, we can hear him from here.
Chairperson, how much time am I adding? Are you adding? How much time are you adding?
Don't play to the
Because it's here, it's not a technical problem. Confirm.
Now we can hear.
Uncle Kwete, Gahle, Uncle Kwete. Sit down, Uncle Kwete.
Liyaphela ixesha ngoku.
Gahle, Uncle Kwete.
Jimanyo in the house.
Time is up.
Papa Penny.
All right.
Papa Penny.
The time which is here is 2 minutes.
Time is up. Time is up.
Yeah, 4 minutes. It's fine.
Okay. Deal.
Mafiki Solo.
Okay. One would have thought. Okay, here's another point of order.
There's another point of order over there.
Honourable Chairperson, it is most certainly a point of order. If the Honourable Member at the podium is given an additional time allocation, we all want additional time allocation.
We can give you it's fine.
You have no authority to add on to his time. I listened to Honourable Manyi the whole time. I could hear what he was saying. And then they asked him to repeat his speech. You have no authority to add on to his time. If you give him more time, we want more time.
All right. Honorable Manyi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. You are in charge here.
I'm still have to make a ruling. Please, take a seat. What is very important here is that a ruling has been made, and the ruling cannot be overruled in the House. I think what you are raising, the member from Action SA, please, you can write to the relevant office so that you raise the issue. So the issue of drowning was part of the House as a whole. So the ruling has been made. He's going to get those minutes which are given. Please, if you got anything, go back to the land. Thank you. Over to Honorable.
Long live the Chair.
How many are those minutes?
Minutes.
You're starting now.
Honorable Mantashe.
Sit down,
Honorable
Uncle
Mantashe, you
Kwete.
cannot,
Uncle
you cannot
Kwete.
speak without being recognized. Please. Honorable
Why was the clock not stopped?
Even with the new mic, we cannot hear him.
Okay.
Hey, Kwete, shut up.
Thank you. All right.
We cannot hear him, Chair.
I was saying,
Please say something this time.
the employment.
Honorable Manye, there's another point of order.
Okay.
Chief Whip of the
One more
opposition.
extra again. Make it 5.
Official.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My hand has been up for quite a while. Thank you for finally recognizing me. The first point that I want to make, Chair, is that in terms of Rule 57 on a point of order, the point of order needs to be raised at the time when the transgression occurs. So the members who did not hear the Honourable Manye should have stood up at the point when they couldn't hear him and not wait for 10 minutes for him to continue with his speech. But I will respect the fact that you made a ruling and we will challenge it. The actual reason why I'm standing, Honourable Chair, is in terms of Rule 40, and I want you to please read it with Rule 41, and that is with regards to gross disorderly conduct, and specifically Rule 40F. When members act in any other way that seriously, to the serious detriment of the dignity, decorum, and orderly procedure of the House. Read with Rule 41, which is where members are ordered to leave the chamber. I would like to ask you, what we've seen over the last while, over the last few minutes at least, was gross disorderly conduct in this House. And I would like to ask you to consider Rule 41, to ask those members who are responsible for that to leave the House if they continue with this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip of the TA. But you know very well the very same rules of the point of order is that when a ruling has been made, no other point of order can be raised on the same issue which is raised. So I'll allow Honorable Manye to continue with her speech. Thank you.
You should have raised the point when the issue was happening, not now.
Continue, wena.
Procedure, Manye, ubeka ngokwakho, kuba man. Kuba mfondini.
Kwete, this is not an ANC meeting.
The
Keep
point
quiet.
I was making
Honorable
is
Mantashe,
that
you
if
cannot
this...
speak without being recognized, please.
Kwete. The point I was making is that if Mr. Ramaphosa was serious about transformation, there was an opportunity presented in the 6th administration where Employment Equity Act was passed somewhere around May 2022 by the 6th administration Parliament. It got promulgated in May 2023. And then from there, and then from there it was never implemented. And it was just, it's been passed with all those amendments, just to get the votes. After the votes, it also stalled. It's only now in January that this act is now going to be unleashed. This just shows that Mr. Ramaphosa is not serious about transformation. We have an NDP here, a carefully crafted plan, poorly implemented, this NDP. It has missed all targets. It doesn't matter which target you look at, it has missed. So we're sitting here with a government that has got a radar that is off course. If we look at, for instance, the issue of employment target, the NDP said by 2030 would have reached unemployment of 6%. Where are we now? On the expanded definition, we're sitting at 41%. The 2030 on the poverty eradication, it said by 2030 we'll have zero poverty. We'll have eradicated it to zero. Where are we now? We're at 40%. When are we going to get to zero in the next 5 years? 2030 said we're going to reduce inequality. We've got the most embarrassing situation in this country, that the inequality under Mr. Ramaphosa is even worse than in apartheid days. Serious problem. This so-called GNU, if it was a GNU, it would have included the traditional leaders, it would have included all those people, but it excluded them. This is what the MK Party is going to do on land expropriation. We will table a private members' bill. We will table a private members' bill to do two things: expropriation without compensation, number one. Number two, we're going to push back that date of 19 June 1913 to 6 April 1652, when Jan van Riebeeck set foot here. That's what we're going to do. South Africa will shift in terms of its global relations. We will move away from the West and associate more with the BRICS. On higher education, we will make sure that we have a decolonized higher education for all. We will support the debt cancellation program that is being proposed here. We will cut out NSFAS as a middleman and make sure that government pays directly to the institutions concerned. We will ensure that there's parliament sovereignty, so that when parliament makes a decision, you don't have courts second-guessing what parliament has said.
Are you charging Dudu?
We reiterate our call from our Commander General, His Excellency President Zuma, the founding president of the MK Party, that all progressive forces must unite so that we can defeat the monster. Mandla!
Dololo content. Dololo content.
Waste of 2 minutes.
All right, honorable members, I think that the speaker's list has been concluded. The speaker's list has been concluded.
It's a ruling. It's a ruling. We have ruled on that.
No, thank you very much, House Chair, President Ramaphosa, Deputy President Mashatile, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans. I think the most consequential moment of our debate is when the leader of an organization that occupies the far right of the ideological spectrum of the political parties represented here in Parliament makes the following acknowledgement: that the Freedom Charter is indeed the seminal document that should guide the South Africa we want. And it goes further to make the point that it could be a foundational basis of our discussion in the mooted national dialogue. I want to further also acknowledge the most compelling and cogent explication of the achievements of the ANC as articulated by Honorable Dr. Hlophe, especially on key matrices in relation to social indicators. But it goes further to attempt to decouple the victories and the achievements of the ANC between the period 2009 to 2019 and apportion the victories to any individuals and the setback to an organization. I think this, at best, is a misrepresentation, and at worst is duplicitous. And I want to say to Honorable Malema, in his predictable quest to discredit the SONA, he uses the NDP and the MTDP interchangeably. They are indeed interrelated but distinct. They are distinct in the following sense. The NDP's Vision 2030 has a long-time horizon. It is also outcomes-based, and it's also aspirational. The MTDP, on the other side, has got a 3-year cycle that is output-based, and it also attracts significant resources, and also has got clear timelines and also clear targets, and embedded in that, it is an overarching framework for monitoring and evaluation. So essentially what the Honorable Malema has done is to commit the cardinal sin from a conceptual outlook point of view. And I want to say the following to Honorable Trollip when he described the SONA as delusional. Honorable Ndlela makes the point that indeed this is a failed state. Honorable Mautwe makes the point that these are hollow promises. I want to counsel the House that for us to have a decent and matured conversation, familiarity with the facts is a minimum requirement. And I want to repudiate this statement by saying the following. So first is that the SONA itself admits that there are significant shortcomings. It makes the point that we have a growth problem, and it also makes the point that the fact that 28 million people receive social grant out of a total population of 62 million, and the expanded unemployment is sitting at 43%, is an exceptional indictment on a sitting government. And then it does posit that we are putting forward a growth of 3% as our level of ambition. And that is driven by the facts as the Bureau of Economic Research from Stellenbosch has articulated or formulated a model. An economic model is a simplification of the economy that is meant to explain economic behavior. And it's made of a set of variables and a set of quantitative terms that essentially speak to each other and are interdependent. And it makes the point that if we're to continue on the path of the OV, we are likely going to achieve GDP growth of anything between 3.5% and 5%. But it will be a height of folly for President Ramaphosa to stand before the country and promise a 5% economic growth by the end of the term. Why is that the case? Because the reality is the following. Between the years 2005 and 2011, average GDP was 3.4%. 2012 to 2019, 1.9%. 2019 to 2023, 0.3%. As I stand before you, the projection is that it's likely going to be 0.8%, and over the medium term is going to be 1.9%. So you can't put forward an ambition that we know it's highly improbable that we are going to achieve. But you must also determine the flow. What is that flow? We accept that the economic growth must outpace the rate of population growth. And anything less than the rate of population growth understates what essentially are the requirements. And hence we arrive at a 3% ambition over the period of the term. And then we propose the following interventions. The first one is that the NDP suggests that the levels of gross fixed capital formation, which is a proxy for investment, should be at 30% of GDP. As I stand before you, that number is sitting at 14.9%. And 70% of that is private sector, 18% of that is public sector, and then the remainder is the SOE. So we need to accelerate that investment. For us to achieve those targets, it must grow by 2.1, we must invest 2.1 trillion rands per annum to achieve that target. And that's why the 940 billion that the president refers to is just a fiscal injection. You need to design bespoke financing instrument that will tap into the liquidity of the private sector and ensure that you provide the sufficient guardrails to protect the investments of the private sector. And hence we talk about innovative financing instrument to drive this agenda. And we are going to classify infrastructure as an asset class so that we are able to crowd in private sector investment. I want to say to Honorable McPherson that it appears that your relationship with the truth is that of hostility and antagonism. So the agenda of the Infrastructure South Africa, the investment book, was generated during the 6th administration. I think the decent thing that you can say is that you want to accelerate the pace of implementation. And then the third area of intervention is around water. So we accept that there are commercial elements in water investments and then there are social elements. You just need to look at the interventions we made working with the private sector, the Lebalelo Water Users Association, the Valga Mahara, a combination of private sector and public sector investment, and we're able to roll out this investment. On the electricity front, we make the point that the state sovereign balance sheet is weak, the ESCOM balance sheet has been eroded. We need to design instruments that helps us to ensure that there's accelerated private sector investment. We need to modernize and grow the transmission by over 14,000 kilometers in the next 10 years. We need about 450 billion rands. We have designed an instrument, President. We'll be introducing that instrument to the country in the next 5 weeks, and we're going to use that instrument as a template. We'll take it to Transnet, we'll take it to all SOEs so that we are able to drive this infrastructure going forward. On the freight logistics side, we've got a baseline of 149 million tons per annum. Our target for the year is 170 million tons, and by 2030 we want to reach 250 million tons. We have decided that we must prioritize specific corridor. The Northern Cape Saldanha corridor, which carries iron ore and manganese, the Northern corridor, which carries coal and chrome, the Gauteng-Durban corridor, which carries automotive and general freight. And then we say we need to make an investment in relation to the capacity of local government, ring fence both the electricity and water functions of municipalities. President, I'm happy to announce to you that we have already started in Limpopo, as Premier Ramathuba has indicated. We are starting with Maruleng, we are doing Tabazimbi, we are doing Molemole, we are doing a number of municipalities in the Free State, we are in Malutia Pufong, we are moving into Ditsobotla in the northwest, we are in Gauteng, in Mfuleni. So we have started with this work of ensuring that we are able to design instruments that are able to drive this agenda going forward. I want to make this point in relation to what I refer to as the ultra-right lunatic fringe in this country that seeks to undermine the transformation project. So they use expropriation as a scarecrow. It's a smokescreen. Their fundamental grievance is the scale and pace of the transformation project. They've been forum shopping, and now they've found an ally. They are detonating the nuclear options to ensure that they undermine the economy of this country so that there's a groundswell of social discontent that will unseat this government. I want to say that we are determined to protect the gains of the democratic project. We will go explain ourselves to the allies and articulate the vision of a South Africa that we want, that the transformation project is indeed irreversible. We are on the correct path, Comrade President. We will not be bullied. Thank you very much.
All right, honorable members, will you please take your seats? I would like to really appreciate the robust debate which you had for the past 2 days, of which all the political parties were given the chance to debate the State of the Nation address. I think that the President has listened carefully. He'll be able to respond to it tomorrow. But towards the end of this sitting, there were serious violations of the rules of the House. The first one was the issue of the participation of the people from the public gallery. According to our rules, they are very clear that the people from the gallery cannot participate in the proceedings of the House. So I think that as we are moving forward, when we invite people to come to Parliament, we must accordingly advise them about the rules which they should observe, because they tend to be disruptive. But the worst part was the issue of the violation of Rule 38 and 40, whereby it's very clear that when a presiding officer is speaking, the person who's on the podium must take a seat. So that violation was done. Yeah. I'm going to refer that matter to the relevant house so that the relevant house can deal with that issue. Because it cannot be allowed that we have the rules of the house and they get violated like the way it has done here. So without further ado, really the speakers list has been concluded. This brings us to the end of the speakers list. The President will reply to the debate tomorrow. That concludes the business of the day and the joint sittings agenda. Can we allow the procession to leave first when we're still standing in our seat? Thank you.